bitches.
Goddamn. Sorry about that. Yeah, I need to play around with my sound settings. The thing that makes that noise, like you can't independently change the sound. They're just like, no, fuck you. Whatever the sound is set for, that's what it is. Also, you got espresso cookie? He's so good. He's so good. I use him for everything. PvP, open world, guild battles. I don't know if I use him in Alliance. I might. I'm eating my first meal of the day because I was pretty busy this morning. I spent like, I'm not even joking, 40 minutes trying to fucking sort my OBS out and it was just fighting me. I was going to play Pokemon today. But because it decided to be a fuck, I was like, well, never mind. I guess I won't. I guess I won't be playing that today. But I need to try and fix it before Friday. So that I can... Why is my VTuber's mouth is not even moving, bro? God damn it. Oh, it's using the wrong microphone? Okay, well... God damn it. And captions. You got espresso and Macron in the same one? Oh, man. Macron seems really cool. She's definitely a summoner. Belongs in a summoner comp. I don't know if people would use her in a different way. But that's how I'm using her. Alright. So did. I think we're good. Alright, so I have weeklies to do, besides the boss fight. Wow! I got cake. Before Friday. Or else no Pokemon stream? Exactly. Exactly. And I'm doing its birthday and 12-hour stream on Friday as well. So I gotta get my shit together. I don't think I'll do anything hectic for birthday stream. I don't know. You have a headache now. You gotta turn down your volume. I've already turned it down on my side, but if I turn it down any lower, you guys won't be able to hear like Genshin and stuff. Because the rest of my volume is quite, like even my voice is quite loud. Hi and bye. Have a lovely day, Cupcake. Whatever it is that you plan to do today. You got load shedding? Oh my goodness. Birthday cupcakes? I mean, for me, maybe, not for you. Maybe. Actually, that gives me an idea. I'm gonna write that down. Don't eat my family. Oops. Soz homie. Maybe tell your family to not be so delicious. Alright, let me just write this down. Okay, I've written it down. Hi Yoda! My OBS was fighting me this morning, so I couldn't get my Switch capture to work at the same time as the audio capture, at the same time as my VTuber. It was like, no, you can have two. You can only have two. And I was like, fuck. I don't know why it was fighting me. It was being so difficult this morning. It was painful. After spending like 40 minutes or something, I was just like, okay, I'm done. I'm done trying. I actually give up. How are you doing, Yoda? How's everybody doing this fine Tuesday morning? I chose to be happy because it's Tuesday today, yeah? So I choose to be happy. So I gave up trying to fight OBS. I was like, you know what, OBS, you win today. You win. You tired? Did you stream really late, Yoda? You're awake so early. I went to sleep somewhere around 3 AM probably, and then had to wake up before 9 AM. Because I had a meeting with Bumfluff. That was cool. The jump scares. Just gotta... I mean, to be fair, you redeemed one of them, Venti, so it shouldn't have been a jump scare. But I will, actually, that's another thing I'm gonna write down. Okay, now that I've written that down. No more 2 AM streams. Yeah, that's definitely gonna make you tired. The Archon quest was so damn long. Yeah? Oh my goodness. The story is amazing. Oh my god. You thought your Twitch was muted when you redeemed? Oh shit. Rip then. Okay. Okay, we're starting with weeklies. There's like some simple weekly things I need to do. I somehow ran out of these. So I'm just gonna make a buttload. What am I low on? Flour! Where's the fucking flour, mate? 2 AM is for amateurs. Try 4 AM. Oh, Yoda. You mad lad. We'll just do 50. Yo? Because this is my preferred food now. The ingredients are mostly easy to come by. I need to use up the rest of those things, but that one's easy. Okay. That's food done. Where... The blacksmith is down here, right? I've forgotten Inazuma because I don't come here anymore, really. But I was here, so I thought I might as well. I'm having mac and cheese for breakfast and or lunch. Because I only really eat 2 meals a day, which I know is not good for me, but... Hear me out. I'm lazy. Hi, Vitrix! Going to sleep at 2 AM, waking up at 3 AM. Oh my goodness. How are you doing, Vitrix? Yeah, I think, the one time that I went to sleep really late and- Hey! How dare you? The one time I went to sleep really late and then woke up really early, was for an album, which I didn't even need to wake up early for, so gonna learn from that mistake. Hey yo, llama! What have you done? I want to sleep, but wait, my jelly beans and sugar cubes have been produced. I'll collect them and queue up some more before I go to bed. But wait, now I can fulfill some wishes in the tree. Okay, bedtime? Oh wait, more beans to complete. Collect, requeue. Oh, more tree wishes to fulfill. Rinse and repeat. Let me sleep. Listen, it gets better. Haha. Thank you, Veti. It gets better. It really does get better because you... I don't even know if I have load shedding today. I need to scope that out and prepare my streams for this week. Oh no, I have load shedding tonight. Damn it. That's fine. I won't be streaming for long today. I'm just basically streaming until 4 PM, which is like 4 hours. It's not long, mostly because I was ready to stream at like 10:30. It's now 12 o'clock. And OBS was like, no, fuck you. So I was just like, okay, whatever. This is fine. But yes, llama, it gets better. It does get better because you can queue up things that take longer. So while I do play a couple hours a day, I only really log on once or twice a day to queue things up, to claim things, that kind of stuff. You have at 10? I have from 8 to 10. So, going forward with load shedding, need to do domains, requests. I can go do requests and bounties now. But yeah, so I'll plan around load shedding, but the plan at the moment is Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays I do an evening. Oh, holy shit! Jackpot! Jackpot! Boy! Fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah, Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, it'll be a night stream. So basically it'll be after dinner time until whenever. And then Tuesdays and Thursdays will be a morning stream, but also Tuesdays and Thursdays I'll make VTuber streams. So whatever I end up playing on those days will be VTuber vibes, you know? And then, as for games, I will see if I can make like some kind of schedule for that. So maybe like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, maybe we can do Genshin, and then we have 2 other days we can do some things. I also need to start doing cosplay streams again, and I need to do community games again. We might do that on Friday, actually, this Friday, for the birthday thing. I want to play golf with friends, or pummel party, or anything really. Jackbox, people always love Jackbox. We haven't played in so long. I don't even want to go look at my Steam and see when last we played it. So that's some kind of plan that I have. Did the meeting with Bum go well? It did. I have some things to think about. Some things to do. He sent me an email as well that I also need to take a look at. Goose Duck? I'm not really a fan of, like, games like that. Hey, llama! I'm not really a fan of, like, what is it called? Among Us and Couscous. I don't know. I guess we could try, but I don't really enjoy those kinds of games. They just make me they just make me feel anxious the entire time that I'm gonna get caught. You threw a poo at me so early in the day, llama. How could you? I'm so offended right now. But to be fair, it's on brand, you know. Also, me mentioning the time of day kind of implies that it would be okay to do it another time. It's not. It's never okay, but just thought I'd throw that out there. But yes, the meeting went well with Bum. I have some things. I need to respond to an email he sent me. But I spent the whole morning trying to fucking fix my stream, so here we are. Okay. Gothic phone. We can do Gothic phone. Oh wait, I already have the things. So glad I spoke to the wrong person there. Oh wait, does it still count? Nope. Okay, well, fuck. Hi, Nabibbles. How are you? Poo throwing is on brand for you, or having poo thrown on you? No. Just poo. Just poo itself. Just fart jokes, butt jokes, poop jokes. You know, that's what I mean. It's on brand. Let's gamble. Let's see. Okay, no, never mind. That's a weird one. I need to get an electric shock collar for myself. Is that for when I get distracted? $2K? Do I really? Oh my god. I have one of the gold ones, but I have 2,000 of those. Goddamn. Actually, that reminds me. Guys. Have you done your... Boya? Just cause Venti wants... Just cause Venti wants them. Boop! When the sound doesn't work, I just change the sound settings from wave out to direct sound. Aww. Look at this. Pyromonster. Nahida. Oh my god. I wish Burgeon was better. Sheesh! Look at all this stuff. Look at all of this. Okay, besides, it's cool. We get books as well, but like all these materials, go do your thing, yeah? What is it called? Parametric transformer. Every 6 days. From now on, I'm gonna try and remember. When the sound doesn't work, I just change the sound settings. So Yoda, the thing that confused the fuck out of me was that, okay, that one is not butt related either. I'm still a crusty fuck, am I? I mean, maybe. So the issue, it wasn't my Switch, it wasn't displaying my Switch. And so I was like, why? So I unplugged it, plugged it back in. I got the video working, and I got my VTuber working, but then the sound wasn't working. So I tried again. Then I got my VTuber and the sound working, but it wouldn't play the video. And I was just like, hello, can you stop doing this? It would only let me have 2 at a time. So like, that was pretty annoying. I couldn't get it to behave itself at all. It was just like, nope, I'm gonna be a fuck today. And it was OBS as well, because every time I opened the Switch source, like the video source, to change it, it would crash every time. And I was just like, please, give me peace. You can become the avatar using Hazel, Raiden, Toma, and Candace. Oh, I don't have Candace. But yes, Hazel, Raiden, because you'll have the thingy behind you, Toma and Candace. I actually don't know what Candace looks like. There's no way of becoming an earthbender in this game. But all the other elements are possible. I mean, technically the electric overlaps with fire, because the electric comes from the firebenders. So yeah, I think the closest we can get is Ningguang. But I don't think you have anything floating behind you. I don't think any of the Geo characters have any kind of constructs. We don't talk about that? Okay, we don't talk about that. It's fine. But yeah, I think it would be pretty cool. I do enjoy playing with Hazel. Trying to think. Imagine having Hazel. I don't need to imagine Yoda. Do you know why? I don't need to imagine. He's here. My Boki. Claim Boki. Itty bitty Boki. Actually didn't know his constellation was a little deer, but that's adorable. we have a couple, don't we? So we have let's see. Because I know Hazel, at least, and Yanfei are both Bokis. Was Zhao? No, Zhao's is a little birdie because he's a birdie. Now you're being mean. I'm sorry, Yoda. Still love how Nahida plays DDR. Yeah. I keep saying that. I'm like, how can enemies hit her? She's literally just playing DDR. Let her live her life, man. Laughs in level 1 Hazel. Oh my goodness. Now Vitrix is being bully. Also, Garly, how are you? I hope you're doing well. Oh yeah, I can do the Pokemon event as well. But let's focus, let's focus. We're doing dailies. I have Toma out currently because I wanted to make Nahida just boom boom Bakudan, you know? You guys don't use Hazel? He's so fucking good. Holy shit. He's a lot of fun to play. All I'm gonna say is that y'all are missing out. Please give me energy. So Nahida can do Big Slapper. Oh Jesus, hi guys. Big Slapper! Oh my nana! Don't Big Slapper my nana. I'll Big Slapper you back, mate. Yes, this is a fun shit team. But I'll take it, you know. I'm just holding Dory's hand for now because she needs friendship levels. You did a quick Ganyu photo shoot? Oh yeah? Oh yeah, actually I did see the pictures, Vitrix. I don't remember where you posted them, but I did see them somewhere.
向着星辰与深渊，欢迎来到冒险家协会。感谢你完成了今天的委托，这是给你的奖励。
15k with Zhao artifacts at level 20. Damn, I don't know about my Hazel. I don't know about his build actually. If I even had good stuff on him, because I mean he's got 4-piece glads. Not glads. He got 2-piece glads, 2-piece VV. His things could be better. You know. What is he using? Oh, I should actually... His EM's only 500. Oh, that's not terrible. I wonder if it could be higher. I hear you argue for Hazel? Wait, what do you mean? He doesn't need ER if I play him with national. Venti, if I play him with national, do you want to see my national? Where's my boys? If I play him with national, he doesn't need ER because we've got 220 here. We've got 246 here. He doesn't need ER. And we got 148 here. He's fine. He is A-okay with national. It's only if I change who I play him with. He doesn't need... He's covered. The boys have got him. The boys and Zhongling have got him. Zhongling crit rate? What was it? I recently changed her... I recently changed her weapon to this. Because she was using this bad boy before. But I never looked at the catch because I didn't want to farm it. But I'm doing that now, so it's okay. But her artifacts do need help because, yeah, they're kind of yucky. They're kind of yucky. She was built for ER before. But, yeah, I think I just haven't updated her build in a long ass time. I think I actually stole her pieces. I think these are someone else. Look. This is someone else's stuff that I put on her. I may have stolen her stuff for Hu Tao. Still pretty low. I know she's wearing someone else's things. I just don't know who she stole from. Diluc? His is also pretty bad. I'm not too sure. Level 1, rank 5, Favonius. I have so many. I have so many. Fuck it. This one, the Favonius Lance is maxed. Oh, Favonius Sword, I have extra. I have spare. What else was there? I don't have a lot of sacrificial swords. That kind of sucks. Sacrificial greatsword. Yeah, there's another one. Rank 3. Unleveled. Favonius greatsword, I don't have too many. The bell. My most, though, I have 13 flutes. Like, what the hell? Why? This is the most common weapon in the game. I have perception. What else did I have a lot of dupes of? I only got fucking stringless at like AR-58 or something, so that's kind of annoying. Favonius Codex as well. Look at these bitches. You have a C6 Favonius bow? My Kale, oh, so shame, she's got the shitty one on. But Goro's got a rank 4. I'm not really using Kale too much at the moment, so if I do end up using her, I'll switch bows. But yeah. The dupes are real. These two girlies got my sacrificial bows. I don't think I have a spare one. Yeah, I just have the two on them. I've been swapping all my polearms around as well. So Zhong's has got the Primordial Jade Wing. Because I haven't used Raiden like since I got her. I gave her the rank 1 and I gave my... Well, I guess it's still rank 1, but the level 91 to Rosaria. You have work! Best of luck. I hope it goes swiftly, Vitrix. Take care. Be good. Yeah, then Xiangling switched to the... Where is it? Oh, to the catch. And then I just gave this to Toma as the lols because I have nothing to do with it, to be honest. Yeah, done a lot of moving around. Wonder if I should give this to Diluc instead of the attack. That could be good on him, actually. And I don't use Beto anyway, so it doesn't really matter, I guess. But yeah, I've just been shuffling weapons around lately. There's a lot of characters who have, like, basic bitch weapons on. That's a very good indicator that I just haven't ever played the character. Ningguang, Lisa, Kaya, never played with them. Some of them I've swapped weapons just for looks. Poor Barbara's got this because Kokomi's got her level 90. Keep fish on Diluc for the lols. I mean, yeah, that's kind of why he's got it already. Literally just for the lols. Okay, so... Mine, Resin... I can go do boss. Oh, requests and bounties. Even though I'm level 10 and it doesn't matter anymore. I'm still gonna do it for the rewards. Or the money. Because I'm a little bit low on Mora. Yeah, I only have like 1 million. Because I've been building characters, building gear, building weapons. So your girl is a little bit broke. Fungi. Fungi. And fungi! Okay. Guess I'm fighting shrooms today. Cool. We're not gonna do this with Friendship Squad. Is the BTS event in Cookie Run hard? You have 61. I don't think it's hard at all, no. Bloom Bloom Bakudan.
厚积而薄发。
Tell him. Tell him, boo boo.
与你并肩。
Actually, we don't need Toma, but I want him there just for fun. He's also... Hold on. He's taller than Yae. Why did I think he was a small boy? I don't think it's hard, Venti. But it's definitely a lot easier when you get the outfits and the cookies. You still have like 2 months. I've completed most of it in a month. And we still have another 2 months. So I think you'll be fine. Also, I'm AR 60 now, which means instead of getting adventure rank XP, I just get straight up Mora, which is actually very nice.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. How you doing, Beastie? Should you be awake, Beastie? Is it not like a really ungodly hour for you right now? All anime boys are short? Yes. And there's one tall anime character, and it's Jean. Wanna see your showcase? Oh. I thought I already did that, to be honest. It was okay. Whoa, Nana! Whoa, Nana! Oh, emotes. The Ganyu is very cute. But I think I've maybe seen the Anya before. But yeah, the Ganyu the Ganyu emote's very cute. Let's see. We might as well go back and get the next one.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No!
Oh, man.
No! No!
What was it, for 2 minutes? I think it's 2 minutes. Oh! Did that... Okay. It didn't want to do 3, but it set the 2-minute timer, so it's all good.
我们走吧。
Emotes only, guys. Sorry. Oh, imagine breaking your own pyramid. This kind of embarrassing beast. Not gonna lie. Kinda embarrassing. Not everyone can see it. Everyone can see your shame. And it's just gonna stay there until the chat moves. Yeah, fuck it. I don't think we need to do anything special for these bounties for the most part. Oh, it's the poppers. Let's not pull the extra factory, guys.
Yeah.
Come here, stinky poopers.
看看这个，
去，律令，骤进，
后援登场。
来我家做客吧。好痛啊！ 律令，骤进，
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, yeah. Girl, calm down.
帮帮忙，律令，
小心着火。
Oof. God damn. Oh, the time is up as well. There we go.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, Dan. How's it going? Oh, right. That is just how I imagine you in my mind now. Dan, you are Elmo and your whole life is on fire. Working? Oh no. Working hard, hardly working? Oh yeah, I need to change that message as well. Let me just, because I'm gonna have time to fix things. After the stream, probably. Yes and yes. Both. Oh man. It's interesting. So my previous job, it's like solid work for like a block of time. And whenever I spoke to Ray about work, because he would start something and it would be running for a while, like he has to pull reports or something. And then he has to like sit around and wait for that stuff. Like his work has a lot of like downtime, or like he's sitting in meetings so he can't really do anything. My job never had something like that. It was always just busy. Busy as all hell. Okay, I took way too long with the setup there, but it's okay. Whoop. Bounce body. Hi, Hassan! You awake early? Are you feeling okay? Did you eat today, Hassan? Did all y'all eat? Regardless of where you are in the world, have you eaten today? You always have work to do? Which is a good thing and a bad thing. That's true. That's true. I struggle, like, if I don't have busy work, it's so easy to get distracted. It's so easy to get distracted. If I have downtime, I'm gone. Goodbye. You're having breakfast now, Yoda? It is 12:30. To be fair, I ate like half an hour ago. You've eaten and you stubbed your toe. Oh my goodness. Alright, enjoy, Venti. You didn't eat yet, Hassan? Oh my goodness. Please, it's like 1:30. Please eat something. Even if it's just a piece of bread. Have a warm beverage. Or maybe a cold beverage. Have a beverage of choice. You waiting for your big bro? Ah. So late though, Hassan. You gotta eat. You don't know when he's... Oh my goodness. Hassan, did you just swear? Did you just say for fuck's sakes? Flying K-Man, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the posse. How are you doing today? Do you play Genshin? GG's to all the homies. Yeah. Yoda, what are you having, by the way? That skill issue, though. Web. Winner. And then when. We finally got there. Y'all are corrupting her son. No, look, it's not me. Okay. It's not me. We're blaming Kai. It's Kai's fault. It's Kai's fault that... Hey! Peanuts! It's Kai's fault that her son is so sassy. How can you bonk me and then give me head pats? What is this? This is abuse. This is some manipulative behavior there, Peanuts. How are you doing? Thank you for the hearts as well. Alright, let's focus for a second. Yeah, this is all good. It's Kai's fault? Of course it's Kai's fault. It's always Kai's fault, right? We're always blaming Kai for some reason. I don't know what he did and why it's his fault, but it's his fault, you know? Do I need any of this stuff? Let's just see quick. Weapons. Thursday, okay. We're not talking about that one. We're also not talking about that one. I'm at that point today where I will resign in a heartbeat. Oh no, Peanut, you're having a difficult day. I'm sorry to hear that. Fuck. Breathe. That's my advice. Just breathe. Take it one thing at a time. I don't really want to level this for now. Or that one, because they're both duplicates. And this one? I was farming this yesterday, right? My god, why is this so long? Holy fucking shit. Wednesdays, Saturdays. Oh, I can farm more of this tomorrow. Because I think I'm like one short. We just blame Kai for no... Are you sure it's no reason? No, I'm joking. You had to add Amber in there. Just rub it in, Yoda. Where's my Amber? There she is. Wait, I'll do this for Peanuts. Peanuts. Whee! Now you got a whole screen of Ambers. How cute. Blessed. Okay, so I'll do this one tomorrow. Favonius. This is also a duplicate. Aww. This one's also Thursdays. Okay. You have child? I do. Since the very beginning, Hassan? Why do you ask? Amber's got his weapon. You can't type his name because it's blocked. His name is not child, right? What is that? It's fine, Hassan. I forgive you. That's his harbinger name. I don't care for his harbinger name. It's gross. Let's get out of here. Call him Ajax. His name's Ajax. There we go. Anyway, I do have him. He's not great. Definitely needs work, but, you know, we'll get there. He was a child. Weren't we all, Yoda? Weren't we all a child at some point in our lives? Who would have thought that the event would be hard on 5 FPS? Whoa. You're building Amber today? Nice. Do you have any ideas for what you want to do? Who is I was farming the tooth for someone. Oh, these are all characters that aren't built, but for some reason they have level 90 weapons on them. I leveled this because I was like, yeah, I'll use it for Tinari, and then I was like, never mind. You're still a child? Relatable. I'm turning 30 soon. I'm still a child. Thank you very much. I'm a 30-year-old child. Google says his name like that. I mean, yeah, but he has 3 different names: Ajax, Child, and Tartaglia. Machine Gun Amber. Oh, nice. I don't think I have any cons. Yep, no cons. I have 2 cons for Kaya, which I didn't know. Manuel is C6. Lisa? Also C2. Okay. That's surprising. But I'm not complaining. Yeah, I know Jargon's got a C6 Amber on NA, I think. You forgot to send me something? Ooh. Alright. What did I say we were gonna go do? Oh, right, I was looking at domains. I definitely have stuff to do tomorrow. Or was it Thursday? I do need to... Maybe I can go farm materials, actually. You love alloy? Why? Blech. Yeah, maybe I'll go farm materials today. You got your second favorite BTS member, also known as J-Hope. Who's your number 1 then? Have you ever played Horizon Zero Dawn? I haven't. Also, I find it very interesting, Hassan. When you want to write down, you write dawn, and when you're supposed to write down, you write dawn. It's Zero Dawn. I'm not teasing you. I'm just remarking that it's an interesting swap of letters there. Toma, I'm not really... Wait, is he's C6? Just ignore me. No, I'm never gonna ignore you, Hassan. I'm always gonna pay attention to you, so just fucking deal with it, yo. Oh, I was looking at talents, right? Nana! Alright, I need... Didn't I get last week? Spec! Sweet! Wait, when did he send that? Was it this one? Is he streaming this morning? I just realized now I don't have stuff open. I don't have streams open. Wait, Kira is still live? Oh, is Kira doing a subathon? That makes a lot more sense then. Kira is sleeping. Okay, fair enough then. I can open some people's streams. for them views. Oh, 5 minutes ago. Damn it. Yeah, I don't always see the messages in Did V leave? What do you mean did V leave? Leave what? Okay, what was I doing? I wanted to see if I could swap materials, right? No, no, no. Oh, I don't have any. Okay, so I guess I've already done this. No. No, he did not leave the group. No one has left the group. What makes you say that, Venti? Alright. Well, I guess that's tomorrow's problem. Talents. Yeah. GG's, Hassan. Yeah, so I'll maybe... we don't have anything yet. At least I typed GG's right. I hope someday that you type it wrong, Hassan, just to prove you wrong. We'll remember this moment. Search up did V leave BTS on Google? But why though? Are you looking for a new job? No, not at the moment, Hassan. I'm trying out the full-time streaming and content creation. So, your girl's gonna be downloading TikTok. Oh my god. TikTok? Your brain has -1 IQ. Yeah? I don't know what to tell you. Like, they have no intention, well, from what I know at least, they have no intention of splitting up. Jin will be going to the military. Oh, yeah, he's good. Like that, he's good. I mean, I could give him... technically... but I'm a gonna. Hi, Sean. Hello, hello. How are you? Let's see. Yeah, I might just do a bit of material farming, to be honest, because there's a lot of stuff that I just don't have. Oh yeah, I was doing him as well. That's today. Elegance today. You're a newbie on Twitch? Okay. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay, first of all. And yeah, if you have any questions or if there's anything you're unsure about, you can ask. I might not have the answers, but I'll try my best. As a Xiaomain, I'll try and convince you to double crown him. The only reason why I'm reluctant to do it is because I don't actually play him so much anymore. You see, this is why I need to go farm, because I don't actually have a lot of that left. So, that's one thing I gotta do. Oh, I need to sneeze. Oh my goodness. Nat, you have a lot of top tier clips that are perfect for the TikTok, yeah? Oh man, thanks Yoda. I'm definitely gonna go through my thing. Bumfluff sent me a thing that will help me with the clips. I have 600 Whopper flowers, do you want one? Is this payback, Venti? You were ignored by 5 streamers? Sean, it depends. Like, some streamers don't actually read the chat, from what I've heard. So they will just, I don't want to say they'll just stream, but like... especially some of the bigger streamers. It can be hard to chat to them. Oh, you wanted to play the liar for them? I see. I know for myself, I don't always allow people to join because I... Sorry, for some reason I'm feeling really snuffly right now. These are all characters I don't play. Cookie-chan. Cookie-chan's also, but also this. Oh my goodness. Like the one I clipped from your previous stream? Yeah, so even if you haven't posted on the Discord, I'm gonna be looking through my clips anyway. I'll go look for some good ones, and that's what I'll be doing at night. So I don't know if you guys were here earlier. I was talking about how I'm changing my schedule a little bit. So Mondays, Wednesdays, Fridays, it's gonna be like cam streams. Tuesdays and Thursdays are gonna be Vitato streams, but also morning streams. So in the evening, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. In the mornings, Tuesday, Thursday. That way I can maybe reach more people between VTuber and cam streams, morning and night streams. And it'll also then give me time. Some mornings, like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I'll have those mornings where I can do like housework. I can do like social media stuff. I can do clips and stuff. Can go over those things, maybe learn some skills like video editing or something. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. And then on Tuesdays and Thursdays I have evenings open, and then I can do some other things as well. Just don't burn yourself out. Don't worry, Yoda. I know that taking time for yourself is also very important. And if I'm just really not feeling stream, I'll cancel. But you guys know I'll always let you know somewhere. We're only 1 hour difference, so I'm always online when you are most of the time. Oh, Venti, I don't know if I've ever asked before, but whereabouts are you from? So it has to be somewhere in Europe, right? Twitch is full of aliens. Don't even understand which language they're speaking. Ah, Shan, you know, the world is a beautiful place with many beautiful people. Oh, you're from Mauritius? Oh my goodness. That's very cool, Venti. I have a friend who's from Mauritius as well. Sushi. But he's actually gone to France now to study. So that's really cool. I do have another friend from Mauritius, actually. But it's a cosplay friend, and I don't know him very well. But he's a very nice guy. Very friendly. Yeah, these are all characters that I don't play, so I probably won't level their talents anytime soon. Yan Fei I always wanted to play. You live next to KFC? Oh my goodness, isn't that dangerous? I love KFC, so like, yeah, that would be dangerous for me. Oh yeah, this one she also needs. Again, she needs Whopper flour, god damn it. Well, anyway, that's what I'm gonna be doing. So we're gonna do the lazy version of this and just follow this thing, not like a map. But yeah, so we'll do Whopper flowers. I don't know if anybody wants to join. I need Whopper flowers. I'm gonna do Nobushi because I need the sword hilts. I'm gonna do specters as well because again I need the drops. Yeah, just those three I think. I don't know if there's any elite enemies that I need to kill as well. I don't think so. I think for the most part I kill enough of these guys just roaming around. Might do some boss kills for the lols. It's not dangerous unless I become hangry. I mean, fair. I would just find it way too easy to get KFC because I love KFC. Oh, I had a what was it called? Dunked burger or something. Oh, so good. You'll join after brunch? Okay. I can go keep myself busy until brunch is over then. Oh, I did that one. Okay. Let's go do I wanted to try this. I'm gonna go do my world tour of cubes, actually. So we're gonna go. We'll start with the Animo Cube. Did you hear that you can do the gyms in any order? Oh, yeah. I have heard that, Venti. Also, not too many spoilers, Venti. Just in case there's people in the chat. Or even for myself. So if it's anything about the new game. Oh, it missed an apple on the floor. God damn it. You're doing the butter stage? Alright, best of luck. Turn off your notifications as well, Venti, because I hate when someone sends me a message and I'm doing a song. I get so unbelievably mad. I'm just like, how could you? My combo! You've been spoiled, Yoda? Oh no! Oh, I've been spoiled as well, to be honest. But, like, story-wise, for me, I care very much about the story. Ah! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, people! Spawn, thank you so much for the raid. I'll give you a shouty outy in a moment. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Oh, thank you, Yoda. You're playing Sims 4? Actually, you know what? I don't even know why I asked you, because I actually had a tab open to you. And I was watching you earlier. Which means I now have a tab open to myself, so that's great. That is fantastic. I'm so glad that's a thing that I've done. But anyway. How was it? And what did you get up to? Also, welcome to all the raiders. My name is Nat Ortato, a variety streamer from South Africa. Recently gone full-time. And just doing my best, yo. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact, which is what I'm currently playing. But yeah, I like to play all kinds of things. And also welcome KLM Pace. I struggle to say your name because my brain just smooshes the letters together. But welcome. Thank you for coming through on the raid. Apparently I'm here with the raid. Mosin. Welcome, Mosin. Thank you for coming through. You have a tab for yourself? No, I need to close it. It's gross. Ugh. Tab for myself? Sis! I need to go open someone else's stream. Oh, I see. Kita. Did Kita just go live now? I didn't see her earlier. She did, like 5 minutes ago. Okay, we're good. The raid worked today? Oh, are you guys getting left behind in raids? Because that happens to me. And when it's a new person, I don't always necessarily find where we're going. Oh. Okay, but I kind of enjoy, even though maybe DPS-wise it's not the best. Not gonna lie, I kind of enjoy playing that. Look at this little destructive radish. She's a very spicy radish, this one. Hi, Despair! Mosin is here. Are you still beefing with Mosin, Yoda? I hope everyone's having a lovely Tuesday. And remember, guys, because it is Tuesday, we are choosing to be happy, yeah? If you're feeling a little bit sad or not so Gucci, fam, I hope we can change that. I can't stay. Yoda doesn't like me, so I'm leaving. Oh no! Yoda, why are you beefing with Mosin? Also, I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Just let me know. I don't know if it's a Twitch prob. So listen, I don't think it's a you thingy. I think it's Twitch. Twitch is twitching. That emote. Stabby Pikachu. Oh my god. For the dad jokes? Oh no. Listen, I like dad jokes though, so I don't know if I'm on your side here, Yoda. Okay, I don't know the phases for this boss because I almost never do it, but it's fine. I wanted to do a tour.
别担心，
Oh, how embarrassing.
魔弹显灵，嘿呀！等下有
Oh,
点痛哦。
cool. I'm so glad. Whoops! Ow, you stinky bastard. Oh my god, he's over there. Well, this sucks. Who thought this was a good idea? This is fine. Probably bringing Kokomi, not a good idea, but you know, we're
休
here.
养生息，
固执之火，
This is fine.
慢一点吧。
Oh my god, I love Nahida. Why is she so cute though?
留下魔拉来。
火之盾，
嘿，
God damn it. Name is pronounced correctly? Okay, I'm glad. I'm glad. As a person who complains about how people say my name all the time, I feel bad if I say someone's name incorrectly.
嗯，
Oh, I didn't have fire on me. When does this guy do the spinny spin of doom though? Not that one.
小心着火，
Is it here? I think it might be here. I'll read messages properly in a second. Wait, I goofed, guys. I forgot you're supposed to stand very close to him so that it's easier to do this phase. Because otherwise you got this shit. Let's see.
火之盾，哼，我来守护你。
嘿呀！等下有点痛哦。
Nice! Okay. That could have been better, but it's okay. Let's see what's happening. Oh, I'm getting cold. Yanfei destroys this thing? I can imagine she does. My god. Watching you guys makes me want to play this game. Join us! Join us, Spawn. Play it with us. Dad jokes will remain one of the highest forms of comedy. It's true, Despair. It's true. You lied to Yoda? One of the sweetest beans? Okay, Mozen, I have beef with you as well. Now, why are you lying to Yoda? I'm offended on Yoda's behalf. Your full-size keyboard weighing 900 grams fell on my foot. Ow! Venti, I think you just need to give up on today and go back to bed. Just gonna throw that out there. Except if it's Snoop Dogg doing stand-up. That will always be higher. How did they say your name wrong? Mine? You know what they say, Dan. People call me NATO. I'm like, how? Wait, did you guys just... You skipped class? Just put your finger in the middle of the word natato, the NATO. NATO potato? Like, come on, guys. Mozen, you said you were in the Northern Cape and the next day I see you in Johannesburg. Oh, Mozen! Oh! But did you go visit him, Mozen? Did you go visit him? You want to experience Genshin gameplay? Do it. I really like exciting fights, like Girl versus Cube. Despair? Is it not an exciting fight? Watching me fight an angry elemental cube. Do we not? Oh, we have one cube in... I hate that. We have one cube in Liyue, and it's the fucking Geo one. Well, let's go. Let's go. That is a new look? Yeah. I've had this for a little while now, Demon Wolf. I just cycle through different things. You know me. Consistency is not key. Yoda's the most caring soul. Not like he would ever get names wrong, forget people, or hold grudges. Wait, what do you mean, Peanut? Are you trying to prove me wrong here? If I go back to bed, I will miss my cousin getting online. Ah, does your cousin live somewhere else? You have pics to prove it? Okay, well that's fine then. That's fine. How the fucked? I can't word. How the fuck is this little one sitting on a flower? She summons it. It's hers. She's the Archon. She's like the god. We call her a radish. She's a little radish. But she's my Archon, basically. Is it only cubes or do you fight a range of shapes? Despair. There's other bosses. Despair. I know you don't play this game, but there's other bosses. If we just go look at the... So there's the cubes, yeah? We've also got these, which is a big plant. So we got the cryo one. We got the electro. We've got... Cryo, electro, pyro. Do we have other ones? I'm actually not too sure. Welcome, Grim Pixie! You're never late. You're not late. You're not late. You're here. That's what matters, right? Even if you're late, it's okay because you're here. Oh, this one, which is kind of like a bigger boss, but not really. It's not related to the other ones. But I always think of it like, because they look very similar in shape. Yeah. We only have 3 plants, huh? But there's a hypostasis for each element now. So we're gonna go to the Geo one. Exactly, Demon Wolf. I say that to people all the time. Because they're like, oh, I'm late. I'm like, no, you good. You can't wait for the triangle fights. There is actually Despair, not even joking. There is something that's kind of triangular in shape. It's one of the newer ones. Here we go. This guy is a triangle. Do we actually have any other shapes? These guys can be a little bit square sometimes. That's a ruin god. Anyway. You're playing Genshin insects? Wait, what? Like as in you're collecting bugs, Mozen? Yoda's hooked on Stardew. Is Sea Fairy Cookie good? Yeah, she is. She has like a little bit of a CC because she has that knock-up. And she does a lot of damage as well. You just need to keep her alive. Anyway, we're gonna go fight that Geocube. I don't know what I want to take against it. I might just make a variation of this team. You just pulled her? Nice. Alright, so... we're gonna go Bam. Bam. And bam. Yeah, tell him. Look at this. Perfect height. The only problem is I don't have a character to cross the water. Schlongli. Yeah, you know Schlongli. You're gonna play today? You mean Stardew? Not Genshin, right? When are you joining us, Spawn? Make it happen. I'm just killing bosses while I'm waiting for Yoda to finish eating. Let me just change back to Schlongli. I don't think I've ever heard someone call him Schlongli before. But it's okay. Imagine having Canadian Ether. I don't have him. Oh, pain. Oh, okay. Cool. So glad. Where'd this fucker go? Behind me? Oh my goodness, the audacity. This fuck. To be fair, Zhongli's not the best character to bring here. Did he move again? Oh my god. The audacity. The sheer audacity. There we go. I just don't know how much damage I'm actually gonna get off before this guy decides to fuck off. Oh! What? Zhongers, you didn't even... Oh my goodness. I guess he's not the best thing to bring here then. What? You gotta get back to work. No worries, no worries. Ah! This fucking cube, man. I haven't fought this in a very long time. Because I haven't needed to. The last character that I built that needed this material was Zhongli, actually. I believe. I should probably just do the quick taps. Oh, that didn't work at all. Never mind. Is this thing actually doing damage to me, though? Zhong has got me covered, I guess. GG's. I'll respond properly now. Sorry, guys. Gotta brain. Gotta use my brain for this mode. What did I miss? You got Cryo Zhongli twice? Wait, what the fuck is Cryo Zhongli? Diona? Alright. Take care, Venti. Slongli implies limpness while Dongli implies strength. Yeah? Does it though? So it's not slong, it's schlong. Like a dingaling. Exactly the same as Dongli. Dong and schlong, kind of the same thing. Alright, where's the next cube? Oh, we have to go to... Yes, schlong. Hassan. Don't use such language, Hassan. Don't Google it, please. Please do not Google it, Hassan. What are you teaching my son? Despair, how could you? You did a hit and run. You dropped the schlong and left. Some people have schlongs, some people have schlorts, most people have mediums. No, Hassan, please. You know to Google with caution at this point. You must know. God damn it, Hassan. Why are you like this? Why are you like this? So I want to have this weapon on her, but I can't use it just yet because I haven't refined it. Or not refined it, I haven't leveled it. Wah! Oh, that was scuffed. This is fine. Whoops! Cookie, don't die. Don't die, Cookie. Ooh! This guy's spicy as all hell. Just let me hit you, bro. Just once.
Because
you look thirsty as fuck right now. Ah, I scuffed that. I scuffed that super bad. But it's okay. Oh man. I scuffed that super bad. Daddy's here? Oh, the hydrate was from Daddy? Thanks, Daddy. I will take a sip in a moment. Oh, did I take too long? Oh, shit. This poor guy is like super burnt out though. Oh. I killed it? What did I do? Oh well, that's fine. Brunch is done. How's the Hypostasis World Tour going? I just have 2 left, and then we can go smash some things. I was actually fighting this yesterday with Ray. Every Archon creates a weapon out of their ult, but Nahida makes a fucking domain expansion. She does. Gonna be lurking, no worries, Spawn. Thank you again so much for the raid. And Daddy, thank you for the hydrates. I actually don't have water. So we're gonna do an ad break, I think. Yeah, an ad will be starting soon anyway. The fuck? Anyway, an ad will be starting soon. Because we're gonna go take an ad break. I need to go get some water. But for all of you wonderful people, please get yourself something to drink, something to eat, have a stretch, go walk about a little bit. And then yeah, I will be back. Yeah. Cool. Alright. GG's, son. Oh! Shotgun? You can just run up to them and shoot them in the face? Where is this guy? Hehehehe! Hehehehe! This is so cute! Yeah, so if I become a VTuber, maybe this needs to be my little character. Oh my goodness, you have to make another now. So to kill them, yeah, probably. See, but I like it. A pussy tight, pussy free, pussy fresh. No, piss! I had that song stuck in my head earlier today. Oh no. Why you read? Because it was funny. Money, 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 money. Make an offering. I'm miserable right now. This is impressive and not in a good way. I agree, but I just got one now, so maybe I should be thankful. Okay, now another one. That's not him. That's also not him. That's especially not him. That is a bow. That is not a dog boy. That is also not a dog boy. This is disappointment. I'm gonna go ugly cry. This is a cat! Ah! Why didn't I pick a butthole? Every time. Fucking Diona. Listen. Alright. Well, I'm pretty happy with the, I made an ad break button that, like, runs an ad, it writes a message in the chat, and it changes my scene. So that's pretty cool. Quite happy with that. I need to learn how to use my Stream Deck much better than I already do. Because I think I do an okay job of it, but I can definitely do more. Alright, what were we doing? I'm just doing, oops, Lana! Oh, I don't actually have to do... If you're ready now, Yoda, we can go kill things now. Because I still need to defeat bosses. Wait, I didn't do the requests? I need to do that as well at some point. Alright, I said we were gonna go fight Whopper Flowers. Because I need those boys. There we go. Oh, they're starting us in Liyue? Okay. That's fine. I wish it, like... I wish I knew which ones I was fighting. Oh, there's Cryo in there. We're gonna have, I think we'll use Firebender. Firebender Hazel. Tell him. Tell him, boo-boo. I don't know what you're saying, but tell him anyway. Oops. That's what I'm gonna roll with. Oh! Yoda! Yoda man! I went and changed my party for that, and now it doesn't matter anyway because I need to change it. This is fine. Whoa! Why's my character on fire? That was weird. Blue fire. Alright. Let's go box these. I don't know if there's any materials you need as well, Yoda, but if there's anything extra. Whoop! Whoa! 样废! Nice. Give me that juice. That Whopper flower juice. Alright. Where's these stinky boys? Oh, is this the one by the pyro regis one? Those are little pyro dudes though, right? Yeah, look. I'm definitely gonna change off of Toma here. There's also a mountain somewhere. I think I might have sent it to Jargon, but there's a mountain somewhere where you can like slide the whole way down. Oh, not you. Stop. Stop it! Jargon, why are you awake at this hour? Unbelievable. What am I stopping though? Ooh, I got a blue one there. Okay, so this is at the top, right? Guys, you know I had like buns yesterday. My hair was up in buns and it was super cute and shit. When I took it down, my hair looked so nice. I was a little bit sad that they were up in buns. What do we still have Pyro up here? Pyro boys? That guy just keeps exploding over and over. Oh, there's that one by Kokomi as well. ASMR?
Excuse me.
Ah, Eskimo dude! Welcome to the posse. Thank you for the follow. How are you doing today? Do you play Genshin? Alright, we're doing ASMR, guys, so I'm going to be whisper mode for 5 minutes. Thank you, Spawn. Only chilled vibes. Oh, shit. Only chilled vibes, okay? No screams, no shouties. Only the... I don't know where this guy came from, but he fucking damn near made me put myself, you know? Wow. Shit. Okay. Chill vibes only. We big whisper. Sorry I'm late, I was taking a nap, but I'm also gonna be RP. Oh shit! Mauchi, you were having a nap. You were having a nap just before your meeting? That's fair enough. I hope your meeting goes well. Muted? Wait, me? Because I'm whispering? Hi, Yaku. I think I left the Iridemon. Little booty ham sandwich. Hour? Can I get an hour? Hi, little booty. Little booty ham sandwich. You play Genshin? Question mark? Oh wait, we're supposed to be chilled vibes only. We are whisper mode. We are in ASMR mode at the moment. It's very hard to not get excited. But thank you for the follow and welcome to the posse. I just wanted to change the one channel point redeem thingy. Hey Yaku! Why at my face? How could you? I'm so offended right now. Let me just feed my boy before he dies. Whoa! Some issues with the new region, but we hoy. I mean, fair enough. I think it takes a little getting used to. But I personally, the new region's my favorite. Sorry, pigeon. The new region's my favorite. It's very beautiful and the music is amazing. Not the pigeon. Pigeons are tasty though. Hazel, please. I need that fowl, man. I need that fowl. That fowl, you know? Oh, we still got Pyro. Damn. A lot of these guys are Pyro. Today I learned. Didn't stand a damn chance. I'm getting so many of the blue one though, that's quite nice. 60 seconds left and then I can go back to being my usual screechy self. Because this is very difficult for me to do. Also guys, I was thinking of adding a point redeem. This is one of the things I chatted to Bumflesky about this morning. A point redeem for practicing Japanese. Because it's actually been months since I last practiced. I need to get back into that again. Oops. Mistakes were made. I need to change to a pyro character. Okay, we're good. I actually really enjoyed Toma with Hazel. He's actually really fun. Sorry, Yoda. Oh, he had Yanfei out anyway? Ugh. What a dummy. It's okay. Did Hazel miss? Okay, the timer is up. I can finally speak normally again. Oh my goodness. It feels like I'm being smothered with a pillow when I'm not allowed to be loud. It's like I can't breathe. I can't be me. I can't be loud. I considered using a tag on Twitter that was very simply just loud, because I saw Kaizo was using that and I was like, hey, yeah, that's me. I'm pretty loud, yeah. I think that would work pretty well. Just to warn people, because I myself am loud, but my alerts are also loud. Because what is the point of the alerts if they don't make you poop yourself just a little, you know? Very late, but spawn raid! Oh, Toto, hello! How are you? Yoda's almost yet? How's your cookie adventures going? Ah, thank you for the headpads, Toto. And also, as we said earlier, a wizard arrives precisely when he means to, so it's all good. It's all good. You're all wizards now. I give you little wizard hats. But yes, thank you for coming through on the raid. Thank you for being part of the crew, part of the fam. Trying to get rid of a headache. Ooh, have you taken anything for it? Have you eaten today? Have you had something to drink? Those are my steps. When I have a headache, those are the things I consider. Did I eat? Did I drink? And if that's not helping, take something. Or caffeine. I think caffeine can help. But I don't like to recommend it myself. Very simply because caffeine is not always that great for you, so... You're enjoying Cookie Run? Nice! You've eaten and taken medication. Okay, perfect. Yeah, especially taking medication. I think, or rather eating when you take medication is very important. Something to do with the reaction between the medicine and your stomach acids, but also apparently it like gets into your blood faster if you actually eat, because your body breaks it down or some shit. I don't know, man. That asshole, he teleported away. Where did he? Okay, where's that stinky plant? Because that's why we're actually here. Oh, Yoda's got him. Nice. Good job. I think there was stuff down here as well. Yeah, Toto's also playing Cookie Run. Toto, you gotta post your username so so that I can, one, add you as a friend, but two, add you to the guild when you're a high enough level as well. You got RM. Then you play once every morning. Very casual. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I play twice, but that's only because reset is at 5 p.m. So I'll do stuff after resets, like just as it resets, and then oh wait, we're going to the next one, right? After it resets, and then over here. And then the next morning just to collect things. Where was this one? Is it just across here? Oh my goodness. Embarrassing. You got the message to join a guild? Ah, okay. Well, I need to make a button for it. What you can do for now, Toto, is just... Uh-oh. Poor Yoda. Let me not leave him alone. Oh, Dragon, thank you. I was about to do that. So what you can do is you can just join the guild so long. It's called Bean Boozles. I don't know if capitals matter. I don't think so. But yeah, if you just join the guild, and then I can add you after that. You just got home, hero? Wait, what time is it for you? Oh yeah, it would be evening, right? Is that Kazuha? Yeah, it's budget Kazuha. Not D-Max falling through the floor. We got budget Kazuha. But I like him. I like Hazel. He's very fun to play. What's this? Frosty boy. But it's fine because I'm going to make him a firebender, so I'm so glad that thing moved. Nice. That guy did not last long at all. Look at this shit. He becomes a firebender. Very cool. Not a samurai? He's not a samurai, but he's like a monk. He's actually a cop. He's like a policeman, investigator type thing. But he, yeah, he fights like a monk, basically. He do punch. He's a catalyst character, as you can see. But he make punch. Very cool. I like him. Also, Bear Wrangler Mangler is Ray's Ray's alt account on Twitch. Was that all the whoppers? The whoppers? Yeah, I think that was all the whoppers. But there's other one in the inner zoomer. If you go to the spot. There's a guy that sits right behind us over here. Because he's a bit of a knob. Uh-oh. Yeah, you see, you get too close to him and he's like, oh, shit. There's also a place somewhere. I can't remember where it is now. It's somewhere in Sumeru. There's a place in Sumeru where there's basically 3 whopper flowers all together. The Dendro Artifact Domain. Oh, yes, yes, yes! I looked at it yesterday. And I was like, oh, that looks spicy. It's over here, right? It's here somewhere. I did look at it. Also, the blister. Accidentally, when I wiped my hand this morning, I wiped the skin off the blister. The little birdies were jumping on the mushrooms. Oh my god. That was so cute. Just south? Is it? It's this one, right? Yeah, I think this is fine. It says I need a level 30 kingdom to join. Oh. Toto, you know what? I will change that for you. We just had that in place for like random people. But I'll make that change for you guys. Because that doesn't matter, you know. You guys are homies. Oh wait, what am I doing? It's only like when randoms join. I don't want like level nothing randos joining and contributing nothing to the guild. Sorry, Oda. That took me so long. Oh, there's the other loot. Homie was like, nah, fuck this shit. It even rolled off the mountain. Of course it did. I think that's just our rules. We can fudge that. Yeah, we can. We can fudge it for the peepos. I would ask you to do it, Jargon, but it's... fuck early in the morning. Anyway. Let's see. Not elite. We're gonna go do... what did I say? These guys. Hi, Mau Mau. I might do a switcheroo to Nana. How you doing, Mau Mau? Mau Mau Mau. Mau 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 Mau. Meow meow. Yeah, I'm gonna do wombo combo, I think. As much as I want to use Mona just to move around easier. Oh my god, weren't we just here? Thanks. Thanks, guys. Thanks, game. Couldn't sleep last night? Oh no! Sorry, Meow. Look, there's another itty bitty Nana. With her electro carry. These guys not gonna know what hit them. Let's go! Oh, that guy did not survive that encounter with a Nana squad. Ooh, boy, you won't get fucked. Rest in pieces. Did the other guys not drop any loot? They were like, nah, son, not today. Alright, where's them next chuckle fucks? Yeah, I actually struggled to sleep as well. I think I went to sleep closer to 3 AM. Whoops! I went to sleep closer to 3 AM. And then I had to be up like before 9 to get ready to chat to Bum this morning. Man. Bum is such a good bean. It was really good to chat to him this morning. Get him, Nana! Get him! Look at these stinky boys. Oh wait, let's... Nice. Oh, fancy. Where's the other guy? Did the other guy not drop loots? What a stinker. Anyway. Trying to think what else. What other materials? I think those are the only ones, the main ones at least. So after this we'll do the specters. I wish you could like select a bunch and then it just picks like in that region, because like specters are in Inazuma as well, so would be nice to just do them all at the same time. Hi guys! Pitching just wham bam, thank you, ma'am. Nana and her little legs. Nice. Okay. Oh man, this domain. I need to do this domain. I wish I had more resin, because goddamn, there's so many artifacts, so many characters I want to rebuild and like revisit. Look at their stats and try and do something more with them. But it's so difficult. Because there's only so much resin in a day and then you don't get good shit and you're like, well, I'm glad I did that. I'm glad I spent time doing that. I guess what I could also do is maybe finish up some of the characters. Like Yae, I never finished her cons. Not her cons, her talents. So she's 10-10-7, but she needs another crown. This is kind of why we're farming these guys at the moment, but yeah, books as well. Could do books for her at some point. Yoda found some friends. Oh shit. We got Ningguang. Get him, Xiao. Did we get him? Are they done? They did? They duded? I think Ray just sneezed. Bless you, if you're still here. Amakumo Peak. I'm gonna start gliding down so long. Because this place is terrible, but there's like actually a lot of nice stuff on that island. Oh, wait. It's over here, I think. I need to try and get that red panda today because I actually forgot to do it yesterday. That shit is actually driving me insane because I want it so badly. I know he's there by the rock. Actually, let me go do that first before I forget, because I always forget. And I'm like, yeah, I'll do it later. I'll do it tomorrow. I never remember. It's never later. It's never tomorrow. It's in 7 to 10 working days. Always. But that little guy is gonna cause shit for me, so... Let's see. Is he there? Oh, there he is. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. I also want to change off of Nana. Sayu. There she is. So we can do a sneaky. Do a sneaky sneaks. Yeah! Red panda boy! Ow. Thank you for your patience, Yoda. Oops, that's not what I wanted. Oh! Sayu's so cute, man. Okay, we weren't here for the spectre, but it worked out. There's a lot of specters in this area. Alright, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
又一个接对象。
来我家做客吧。
Ow.
夜明，
How could you? Y'all actually killed my little Nana. How dare you? This is probably why I have so many of those treasure hoarder insignias, because all I do is, for a long time I was fighting those fucking samurai guys. Oh, it doesn't affect them? The heck? Yeah, we just come past all of these camps. I know I should definitely be using Yaya as the driver, but goddamn, Nana's just cute as hell. Such a good combo, man. Should we just go along this beach, and look for? Oh, it picks up bugs. Oh my goodness. Hi, Farzi. Hello, hello. How are you? I think we can just, since we'll be hunting specters later anyway, we might as well. Making full use of my Nana. Wait, why didn't it pick this one? Oh, Yoda, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Hee hee hee. Yoda. Yoda just ruffle stomped that. You're about to have dinner? Are you from somewhere in Asia, Fuzzy? Cause it's like 20 to 2 for me. I'm in South Africa, of course. But that's quite a time difference. Why are you yelling? Because I was so excited. Oh wait, Fuzzy is technically yelling, I guess, actually. I thought you were saying I was yelling, and I'm like, when am I not yelling? The noises that come out of my mouth are just loud all the time. I was bound this way, yo. You are in Asia? Ah. Help? Why you need help? We're in a panic for some reason. Alright. I feel bad. I hope you actually need this stuff, Yoda. Otherwise I'm just dragging you all around Tevat. Oh, okay, well, cool. Ow. That guy basically pooped on my head. Oh yeah, how did your first stream go, by the way? And then there's 3 guys around the corner here. Not quite the same as 5 guys. They do burgers. These guys do boulders, I guess. Oh my god, the explosions. Yes, 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 go enjoy your dinner. Enjoy, enjoy. Ooh. I don't think there was more down here. Wait, there was some across the water here. That's why Yoda did that. Yoda knows. And then they spawn here. Yoda, big brain. What? Okay, it's not what I wanted to do, but it's okay. I know for a fact that there's more boys down here, but getting them to group together is a bit of a pain. Eh? Oh. Oh, they did link. Oh. My goodness. My brain. Come over here, buddy. No worries, Toto. Thank you for the lurkies, and good luck with the drawing. If it is something that you want to share, you can also share on the Discord. We have a channel for art if you want to share with the peoples.
律令，骤进，律令，
I think this might be the last one on this island that I do.
别担心，
Because the next one's just across the water and I'm like, no thanks. No thank you. Alright, so let's continue to go whale on those samurai. Where's this guy? Oh! Hilly Chills, goodbye. Let's see. Oh, it's these guys here. It's been so long since I farmed these guys, I don't remember their locations. Also, what's this? Oh, yeah, someone showed me something there. Ooh, fan arts, definitely, definitely. And you could, in fact, even post those in, Oh, no, wait. Oh, wait, there's Yoda. We're good, we're good.
去，
Ow.
自己智慧之殿堂全都看见了。
朔风起义，
你造谣谎。
Yeah, you could even post the actual Genshin thingies in the Genshin channel, or there's alternatively just the art channel. You brought the EM boys? Oh, nice. Okay, so this one I sail across the ocean. Sorry, Yoda. You're gonna have to use your little boats. So wait, is Albedo good for EM as well? I'm not very familiar with Albedo. How he works and such. Ah. Sorry. Sorry, Yoda. Sorry, Yoda. Why did it show that you were shooting on your boat? But you were still in the water. Was it lagging? Sorry, I'm a bit of a troll.
骤进，
Give me your shit. Did you make posts? I didn't.
这次是张罗吧？
Jargon, I had... I think it's because I was so irritated today. I spent like 40 minutes, I'm not even joking, struggling with OBS to get it to stream from my Switch, because I was supposed to play Pokemon today. And my Switch just said no. It was like, fuck no, fuck you, and fuck no. So I gave up.
手牵手，
But it was a very frustrating situation.
真是与你分享。
So I ended up not making posts.
律令，去，
It's okay.
针锋信息，
I like how I attacked that guy.
全都看见了。流行，律令，去，
That should hit him. Lol. While I go pick up loots. Did you get him, Yoda? He dropped one? What a stingy guy. So yeah, I could make posts now, I guess, because I'll still be streaming for like another 2 hours, but yeah. I will make myself a checklist in future. I just, yeah, it was so frustrating because so I would get the video for the Switch working and the sound, but then my VTuber wasn't working, and then I was like, okay, and so I rebooted my PC, and then the sound for Switch was working and my VTuber, but then the video wasn't working, and I was like, okay. So I tried to access properties of the Switch, and OBS would crash every time. I was like, bro, come on, man. I don't understand what was going on, but the whole situation is very frustrating, not gonna lie. What happened to that other guy? Did he just die, or? I mean, I'd give up on life too, to be fair. If this is what I was going against. I'd just be like, no, I'm good, thanks. Did he like reset or something? No, there's guys up here. Yoda. I don't know. How do you... Are there like torches here? Yoda keeps setting fire to everything and I don't know how. Because he's got Geo and Animo. Thanks, Bubble. There's supposed to be a GIF that pops up for that. I don't know why it's not visible though. I keep standing on that by mistake. Oh, loots. Alright, we're coming up to my favorite spot, which is that island there. But let's go to these guys first. There's two little dingalings on the beach here. This one and his choma down the beach. Kinda have to get his attention and then fight them both here. The heck? So glad. I don't think that one actually hit him at all. The audacity, he dropped nothing. The other guy? One? Unbelievable. Fucking scam. Anyway, yeah, so this morning my OBS was like, you can choose two. Switch sound, switch video. Why am I setting things on fire? I mean, it's not me. there must be like torches or fires. Oops. This guy's a joke. Guy has a name. We can just ruffle stomp him. Oh, thanks, Kazuha. I can't wait to have my own Kazuha who does that for me. He just do the big suck. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know if I finished my sentence earlier, but my choice, I got two things. I got video, audio, or VTuber, and I could only pick two. Does Yai's E-snapshot? I don't think it does, no. So I know I need to cast it in Nahida's thing first. Boop. Oh, jeez. I hate when the camera does that. It like goes through the back of the character's head. Hey friend, do you want to come this way with me? We're going on a trip. On a magic rocket ship? I don't know what the lyrics are. You can do what you want. Yeah, but it's better to cast it in the thing, yeah? So make like so, and then like so,
自己智慧
and then like so.
咒进
But you just want to make sure that you cast it in the thing.
落叶飘零，
Preferably in the beginning, I guess. Whoa! Whoa! Rest in all of the peepos.
往返自然。
Thank you, Kazuha. Kazuha is best boy. If it doesn't snapshot, it's gonna pick up the EM anyway. Yeah. But you want it under Nahida's thing, for as long as possible, right? So you wanna maybe cast it. If it did, auto would matter. Yeah. No, what I'm saying is you want to make sure that it's under the E or under the burst for as long as possible. So if you kick it off, it's buffing you, not the totems. Is the totems not based on her attack or something?
最近八重堂穿越
Oh
异世
wait,
的
then
小
it
说
wouldn't be
也太
EM,
多
would
了
it? Actually
这
wonder
对
how
自
that
己的
works.
世界如此不
Because I
满
mean, she's EM built, right? Are we done with those? Oh, specters now.
生别人色彩的想法吧。
So is it buffing her? Would it be her normal attack? Ah, I see. Yoda, I don't know if there's any materials that you need. We can go. Ugh, gross. I don't wanna do this one. It's such a pain to get there. But it's now telling me to go there because we fought the other ones before. Let's see if we can get there. I don't much want to be alive right now. Do you mean alive or awake? Oh. Jargon, I went to sleep at like 3 AM or something. Also, I don't know if I'm gonna make this. Looking a little spicy there. Do I have stamina food? I don't make stamina food. Restores 50 stamina. Oh, 80. Chongyun's ability. Thank you. Whoops. Lol. How long was I falling through the sky? Hi, kitty! Yeah, it's going. Yoda and I are just running around farming some boys. Oh shit, there's boys here. Are you here, Yoda? Sorry. The panic. Being pursued.
知识给你分
Oh geez, all the boys are here. There wasn't even enough marks to go around. Okay. Cool. That was a very big pack of enemies. So yeah. Yeah, we're just farming. We're farming some materials at the moment. I'm dying like an idiot, apparently. I don't normally come here for the whopper, or not the whoppers, the specters, because it's just annoying. It has been pretty chilled. Yoda and I just running around the whole world murdering things. It's very, very chilled things, yeah. Not violent and or aggressive at all. How are you doing, Kit? Also, Kit, I don't know if you saw, but on my Discord, now my stream cord automatically will do the pluggies. I know you've had to do it manually this whole time. I'm sorry. I should have turned that on ages ago. I just, when I set it up initially, I didn't know how to, so I kind of just left it. But, yeah, now you don't have to worry about doing that. Sorry. No, now every time you go live, it'll automatically do shouty outy. I did make a separate role, but I didn't see the last time I looked at it. I didn't see when people were live. It like wasn't showing them as a separate thing, so I need to go look at that again. Just so people can actually see. Come here, you. I hate these things so much. Between Yaya and Nahida, though, they get destroyed. Sorry, Yoda. There's a couple boys here. Is that last guy in the house? Come here. Silly thing. Out! That's not your house. Or is it? Slowly but surely starting to feel like myself again after being sick for a few days. Oh man, it's such a nice feeling when the cloud is lifted and you feel like you can actually like metaphorically see again, right? You feel right again. You're like, oh yes. My brain, it does things. I hate that. I hate that because I'm always in denial when I'm sick. I'm like, no, I'm fine. But I'm not fine. And I'll sit and struggle for like days before I admit that I'm actually sick, and then I'm like, oh, okay, I need to take it easy. I need to take care of myself. And then like closer towards the end of the sickness, when I start to feel better, I'm like, oh shit, I was actually really sick. I was really not in a good place. I hate it so much. I don't know why I do that. Also, Kitty, I didn't realize, but I didn't have you as a friend. I see you accepted the thing, but I was like watching you yesterday. Was it? I think it was yesterday. And I was like, wait, I don't have Kid as a friend. Because every time I saw the name Silver, I was like, who the fuck is Silver? Like when I would watch like Johnny's stream or whatever, I was like, who the fuck is Silver? And then I hear you speak and I'm like, wait, what? Wait, what? Nani? It was so confusing. But now I know. The confusion was real. I was like, how did I never add you before? Unagi! Man, I suck at catching Unagi. I always notice them way too late. Yeah, every time I had Johnny's stream open, I was just like, oh, it's Kit. But my brain just never put two and two together to just fucking add you. Because obviously I can see your UID, so I could just add you. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the name Silver. Like, I mean, mine. Okay, you can't see it now, but my name's Morgan. The thing is, you can set nicknames as well. So like, there's your doodles. There's Speck, Peanut, Johnny, because Johnny's is not Johnny. Bubbles, Bubble. Taking a nap. Oh, this is Toto. Let me change the name. So yeah, you add name, and you go like, Toto. And then we've got Silver. Even though you got your link there, I can still add a name. Yeah, Kitty. Oh, Kit. Oh, Kit. Yeah, that's cute. I have one space left for friends. Yeah, Toto. I have two Totos. So I have Toto Stuck. And then I have Toileto-chan. But they're both nicknamed, both call them Toto. So it just depends which Toto I'm talking to. Woohoo! Did you fall down, Yoda? But yeah, I mean, if you have a different username, it's all good. You know, the ones who know, know. The ones who don't, I don't know. Do they need to know? Wheat.
反自然。
去焚烧吧，丽丽。
Oof.
你燃。
God damn.
哼。
Don't think there's more guys here. Did I fight these guys this morning? I have a vague recollection. Oh, this was last night then, actually. Yeah, when I was swimming. I hope Yoda gets a loot. I did that way too soon. There's Toma? What, up here? Oh, I can't see him. But that's amazing. Oh my god, their color schemes. Their wives now. They're even holding hands. You took a screenshot? Thank you, because I'm kind of curious. That's fantastic. Oh, and actually thinking about that, I need to make some things for my Yaya cosplay for Rage. I need to do that at some point. Maybe I can do it. Start doing that this week. And I need to make a cosplay for Nobara from JJK. I'll be doing Nobara for Rage as well, because I found that I actually have fabric for it. So I don't even need to go and buy fabric for her. I can literally just start making. I need like buttons, I guess. And I'm getting my hair cut tomorrow. Oh my goodness. All the things are happening. Oh, thank you, thank you. Did you send it on Discord? Do I have Discord open? I do! Disco, disco! Actual hacks. What the fuck? How? Yoda sent me a TikTok. I want to show this to you guys. So that's me and Yoda. And me again. Is anybody else gonna go to Rage? The TikTok is amazing. Okay. Let me, is it safe for stream? Ooh.
Don't touch my child. So much. Stop to the child. Don't touch the child. Don't touch the child. He's touching my child. You're touching the child. No.
The chaos. He is touching the child! That was so much chaos. Oh my god, I love that. What is this? Kaizo's watching the button? What the heck? He's... Kaizo... You're supposed to be playing Stardew, so this is not Stardew. Anyway. He is touching my child! chunkla him in the face. Throw a meatball at him. Sorry, Yoda. That just AFKing in the middle of nowhere.
去，就近，去。
The annoying thing here is that Nana's maybe too short. No, she's good. I thought she would be too short. She is in some points. And boom. Yeah, that's literally me. Every time I fight with Nahida and someone attacks her, I get like unbelievably mad. It's like, how could you touch? How could you hurt the chibi? How could you hurt this itty bitty little baby? Shame on you. Chunkla you in the face with a meatball. Giant meatball. Just throw a planet at your face. No touching the itty bitty chibi. Oops. No, it was very good. I just had a waterfall blaring in my ears at the same time. Let's round up these nerds so long. Hi guys. No? Too far? Okay, well maybe I didn't want to hit that one anyway.
手牵手。
Whoops.
令令，就近。
Nice. Yanfei's a bomb. I always wonder those sound clips they have on TikTok and stuff. The origin versus how it gets used. Oh.
好痛！不会呀！金童显现，令令，就近。
夜明，
Nice, Kazoo. Man, I can't wait to get known Kazuha. If anything, all of you guys have just given me a reason. I need my own one. And also so that other people don't pity me for not having it. Because apparently that's something that you tell people. Like, oh, I feel so bad for you because you don't have this character. Like, shut the fuck up. I have all the other ones that I want. I'm fine. I want him. I just don't have him yet. He'll come home when he comes home. Where are these motherfuckers? They're at the bottom. Oh, my hand is so sore on the burn. Oh my god, Kazuha. Oh my god. Whoa! That was a clusterfuck of notes, like in a very good way. Actually blessed. We'll leave that guy to simmer in his forbidden Kool-Aid there. Oh my goodness. As if I don't have animo characters, but you know. I just suck at playing them. I'm hoping Kazoo is... There was actually that one event where we got to like use him in... Was it for like his story or whatever? We got to use him in like a domain kind of thing, but we just had him. Oh, it was for the sword. For his sword event thing. Story, whatever. For the event sword. Y'all know what I'm saying. You understand the words coming out of my mouth? I hope so. Someone has to. Sorry, Yoda. I smished them. But look at this very tasty little pile of Spectre hearts there. Good time zones, Tato. Chat, I like that. Let's go smack this guy. Hi, guy.
与你分享，手牵手，雷光七怒，
Get him.
赤壁，
Goddamn. Nice. How are you doing, Rich? Alright, Yoda. Yoda man, do you need any other boys? Any other materials? Do you need any boss kills? Does anybody else need materials and or boss kills?
不知道干什么的话，要不要我带你去转转呀？
I think the rest of these things I'm fine. You woke up not too long ago? Oh, that's nice. You had a good sleepies. Hopefully. Those are the remaining little boys.
约束也是工具，请
You
你
need
千万
rune
不要
guard. Okay, perfect.
记不住的话，我就多给你念叨
I
两遍。
probably need as well, to be fair. I feel like I made a weapon lair recently. Was it? It must have been a weapon, right? That used up. Oh no, never mind. I have a lot. Ignore me. Very simply, just ignore me. Where's the boosh to open that one, or will he just come out by himself? And fungi pollen? Yeah, we can definitely do fungi pollen afterwards. Let's go get you your boy over here. Boya! Knock knock. Let's see. Run, lizard friend, run! How dare you?
骤进，律令，赤。律令，
What's Yoda fighting?
骤进，
Yoda.
律令，
Nice. Yeah, we can do this and then we can go do fungies. I'll bring Nahida and Xingchu, because then we won't have any yucky stuff. Yeah? Oh shush, I know there's no map pins left. Oh wait, we can just run to this one actually. There's no point in... I don't know, do the little guys also drop stuff? Because I know there's a bunch of little guys around here, but I'm not too sure if they maybe drop other things. Haven't fought this guy in a hot second. Hello, Home Slizzle, Home Slice.
自己，智慧之殿堂，真红信息。
You thought it couldn't leave? Oh, okay, no worries. Oh my god. Fuck you, buddy. Ba-bam. If anybody else needs any stuff as well, just scrim. I do have the point redeem if there's anything. And since I'm not... Oh, I'm supposed to be doing the event, but, you know, that's fine. I'll maybe have some time later tonight. There's also a guy up there as well, if I'm not mistaken. So we can fight this guy. He's being a real chuckle fuck right
骤
now.
进，律令，赤。
Hacks.
律令，
It got nothing to do with the fact that I totally scuffed that. Y'all finish Abyss? What? What do you mean?
手牵手，
Did it reset? Didn't I just do it like yesterday? Fuck. Has it already reset? Huh? No, it hasn't reset yet. Oh, you're just asking if everyone finished? Yeah. We have 14 hours left. So get your Abyss done, guys. Look, this is my first 36 stars. I'm so proud of myself. I keep telling everyone. Alright, let's see. Where's the next boy? Oh wait, I said there was another one up the mountain. You're not doing floor 12? Oh, come, Yoda. You gotta do yours tonight, Dragon. Nice. Try. I would say use the teams I used because it was pretty easy. Oh, it's not a rune guard. Never mind. Ignore me. It's a big boy. We don't want to fight him. He's stinky. Why no floor 12, Yoda? Hmm? Why not? Try. Just try. Worst case, you don't get anything, which is what you were going to get anyway. Best case, you get a bit of practice. And you get some primos, maybe. If you do a good job. Oh man. Kazuha running gave me a fright because I just suddenly heard noise next to me.
此集智慧之殿堂，全都看。
雷光七刃，赤咒击。
Hehehehe. If at any point you're done, if you have enough rune guard things, you are welcome to just say that you want to go do mushrooms. I'm just here to help. Last and then mushrooms. Okay. Perfect. I hope you have enough of the rune guard stuff. Whatever you're building. It must be a weapon, right? We use them for weapons. Oh, we see him. He's down there. Just minding his own business. No worries, Yoda. I can read through the typos. Oh, Amos bow! Very nice. Ray's actually been building Ganyu. And I got him to build Kokomi, Kazuha, and... What? How did you aggro on me? Bro, give me peace, man. Oh, and then he runs away from me? What a little shit nugget. Unbelievable. Okay. Oh, is he gonna come through anyway? Little bastard. Big bastard, technically. Whoa! Oh, Jesus! Oh my god. Right, kitty? Little shit nuggets. Just here to harass me. I'm just minding my own business. Nahida really has one of the prettiest ults. She does! Oh my goodness. Nahida, Nilo's is also really beautiful, and Kokomi's. Yaya's is kind of like scary. Alright, so... We said mushrooms. Let's go get mushrooms. There's lots of mushrooms in this forest. Who else has a really pretty ult? With Barbara. Barbara's is amazing. Even though she's a 4-star, she's still got that big splashy. We got double Xingqiu, let's do it. No breaking the mushrooms, yeah? This is a no breaking mushrooms run. We gotta keep them crispy and tasty. Fresh mushrooms. Come here, you. I hate these guys. They're always like just out of the radius. Oh, that guy died. Okay, it's not so bad when you got Nahida's chain fucking shit up. Those eyes and the smirk. Her whole facial expression just reads tee hee hee, I'm gonna fuck your shit up. And her tails, oh, it's beautiful, but it's like scary beautiful, you know? You've taken to burning everything? Wait, Rich, why? You don't want to burn things. If you burn it, you get these ones. Do you want these ones? I don't even know what uses these. I have so many of them already. I have no idea what they're used for. I don't know if there's like a weapon or a character or something. But I farmed these fucked up for Nahida. So I just have loads laying around. Whoop! Girly, relax. Nana's not built for her own damage, but them reactions make shit explode. Using it. Okay, so Rich, Rich, you want to not use Electro. Don't use Electro. Don't use Pyro. You get this. So this was very confusing. So activated, that's Electro. Scorched, that's Pyro. So if they have this on them, that's why our team, we have Anemo, Hydro, and Dendro, because those don't make it like react. But yeah, if you do have those elements on the mushrooms, then you're not going to get the one you need for Nahida. The descriptions were very confusing. I think they might have updated it, but it was very confusing in the beginning. Because I didn't know what I actually needed to do to get it. Until someone explained it to me and I was like, oh, I thought you had to hit it with Electro. No. if you want the normal ones. Dendro, Hydro, Geo, Anemo. Cryo. Thank you, kitty. You're gonna summon Jargon with that one. Minus the farming for Nahida. Did you end up getting Nahida, kitty? She jumped out of the water to do that. Cool. Interesting. Just randomly picking up flowers as I go. Oh man, and the amount of people complaining that their Nahida dies to blooms. I'm like... What? No plants? No bitches? He's skipping her for Shenhe? Ah, is there any news on Shenhe's banner, by the way, kitty? Because I tried to find... Like, and I couldn't find anything. I was so sure that Shenhe was coming out soon. But we know Yae and Tari are coming out next. I think... Did we get drip marketing this morning? Was it this morning or... I don't remember. Rich! Jargon! There's Jargon here. Wait.
又有心事了，我来陪你一起想吧。
Unbelievable. I'm actually in tears. I can't believe you just said that. I'm sending that. I hope you don't mind, Rich. I'm sending that on the Discord because I think it's something that needs to be preserved and treasured. Just being honest. Fair enough, fair enough. That was beautiful. Well and truly, that was beautiful. There we go. Alright, focus. Okay, so, to go back to the discussion. Shen has been pushed a bit further. Okay, that's good news for me because Ito is supposedly coming out soonish, and I'm just like, listen here. I am broke after Nahida, like proper broke. And that's after blessings from the Sky God, you know? God. So like I need to C6 my Ito. Like it's gotta happen, yeah? Like this boy is C4. But I'm going without a guarantee. He's never lost a 50-50. At C4, never lost a 50-50. So yeah. I need to do my best. I need to save up as much as possible before he comes out. Because I think he's the first banner of 3.3. She was going to come out with in 3.4 with Al Haitham. Ah, okay. I need her too. I need her so badly, Kitty. I need her because, like, oh man, my cryo team is sick AF. I love my cryo team. I have been working on my Ayaka again lately. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. I need Shenhe. Can you guys imagine? My god. Anyway, so I'm thinking like, if I have Ayaka, Rosaria, Shenhe, do I need both Rosaria and Shenhe? I don't know. And Kokomi? And I'm just like, what? How disgusting would that be? Bro, I think it would be really good. Ideally, I would want to have Kazuha instead of Rosaria, I think. But I'm gonna do it anyway, because fuck it. You want C1 Hu Tao and Staff of Homeless? My Hu Tao needs TLC for sure. But I only recently started trying her out and playing with her. She's actually really fun. Sorry, Hu Tao. Yeah, I've got the Dragon's Bane on her. Not too bad. I do some okay damage with her. I have no cons. Oh, she's not talentless. She's got some talents. Oh, shit. Oh, yeah, we looked at this earlier. I was like, oh, I need these guys. Sorry, Yoda, we were busy with stuff. Oh my god, sorry, friend. I got well distracted. Rich just completely derailed my train of thought there and what I was supposed to be doing. All I could think about was he wants to get stepped on and spat on by Al Haitham. So like my brain just couldn't comprehend the words that were on the screen. Anyway. Your Ayaka needs love. Oh, big recommend. You already have Ganyu though, so I think maybe Ayaka can be like a side project, kind of. That's why I haven't really built my Hu Tao, because for the longest time I was like, I have Diluc. But I think Hu Tao's gonna big slap her. The Ganyu Nahida team is hilarious, yeah? You got a refrigerator comp? Oh, Yoda, if you need more of any material, we can also go farm in your world if you want. Thank you, kitty. It's alright, we'll just borrow Johnny's Shenhe. Yeah, I mean, I do that with Jargon. I just steal all of his characters. I'm like, hey, Jargon, do you want to bring this one?
Would you like
and a hydrate? I will.
Thirsty as fuck right now.
After these mushrooms. Ow! How actually very fucking dare you? Let me not die to my own blooms, because I laughed at people who did that, who said that they did that earlier. So yeah, you see how it's the fungal spores and the luminescent pollen? Yeah. Alright, let me hydrate. Thank you, kitty! But, I forgot what I was saying. It's okay. It probably wasn't very important. I used to borrow Jargon's Kokomi as well. I got my own Kokomi now. Now I borrow his Kazuha. Does he have? I don't think he has Shenhe on EU. Definitely does on NA. But yeah, that's my wish list at the moment for reruns. I want Al Haitham, but at the same time I don't, because I don't actually care for him. I'm sorry to say. It's nothing personal. I don't know what he's gonna be like or anything. Maybe he's a really cool character and I regret not getting him, but that's what rerun banners are for, right?
古华生命无限难化，才
全都看见了。
真是交织。
Sorry, Ellen. Yoda just flexing his Yelan on me. So yes, my rerun priorities would be C6, Ito, Kazuha, and Shinhe. There's a lot of characters that I don't have, but those are the ones, the top 3 that I want to get on the rerun banners. And then for new characters, y'all know already Baiju, the long-awaited Mr. Mans himself. In my heart, the Dendro Archon. Even though I love Nana, he'll remain in my heart as my Dendro Archon. I was so ready for him to be Archon, but it's okay. He's still beautiful. And he has Snick, so... And also Yao Yao, when Yao Yao comes out, I'm just hoping and praying to God that she's not on a banner I don't want to pull on. Because y'all know I don't build pity. I had this conversation with Kitty yesterday. There's no such thing as building pity. Hey, Kitty. No pity. No pity for Kitty.
形随神智，
But yeah, so
与刘洪断。
that's the plan. I also really want... What's his name? Is it Kave? Oh, I want him so bad. I don't know why. He's a sassy little fuck. I definitely don't ship him and Al-Haitam at all. Kitty for Kitty is best Kitty? Yes. We can just run to that one, actually. With my little legs. The new guy? Yeah, the blondie. Uh-oh. No, thank you. I don't want to buy any. Just running away from the Sumpter Beast there. Yeah, so I basically just want the new Dendro characters. As much as I really wanted Candace, Milo... Sino was fun, but I was like, no, don't do it.
与线难化，
Do not do it.
来我家做客吧。
Yeah, Sino, Candace, Nilo. The timing just wasn't great because I was like saving for Nana. We're going all in for Nana. Where's the next one? Ashish. I know I have no pins left. You might go for him in the future. Yeah, I think as far as I know, he's speculated to be a 4-star, so not too much worry. I'm hoping he's going to be like a buffer of some kind. Supporty character. You have Candace at C1, but not leveled at all. Ooh! She's one of the, I think, one of the most beautiful characters they've made. Where are these guys? Are they down there? They are down there, okay. I'll just park ass for a second. But yeah, I'm all about that Dendro Nation, which is why I'll eventually get Al-Haitam. I don't know if he's gonna be good or not, it doesn't matter. He's Dendro and therefore I must have him. But yeah, Layla's on the banners that you're skipping. Same Kitty. Same. I skipped Nilo as well. Or, well, the banner that Candace was on. Was that... That was on Sumeru Razor's banner. So I didn't get Candace, and I don't have And I'm not going to get Layla as well. It's not the first time I've skipped 4 stars. I've had to do it before. Because I was like saving up for someone else. And I was like, that is not happening.
御风而行，步云行，
Ooh, jeez, Kazuha. Calm down, buddy.
牵手，
Yo. And that's why I need Kazuha, man. He do such a big slapper. Jesus.
快去避雨吧。
The weather just violently changed. Cool, 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 cool. You're on guarantee? Oh. I've heard the C one is really good. Do you play him a lot? I haven't played in such a long time. Where is this one? Oh, is this the one? Oh, okay, so I take a different route for this one. I think this is the one. So there's mushrooms across here. Instead of going directly down there, you come across here first. You do from time to time. Thing is, like, I prefer to get a new character over getting constellations. Unless there's like a special situation where it's a character I've already skipped. So like Kazuha, Shenhe. You know, I skipped them before. I don't want to skip them again.
羽线难画，
手牵手，
What? No loot. 1? Oh my god, I hope you got better drops than me, Yoda. I got... No. There's a second one. Nice. I got 2 whole spores from that. You hope you get child. He'll make your abyss team complete. Oh yeah? What is your abyss team? If you don't mind me asking. I'm a little bit nosy. But I also haven't used... Whoa, why's my frames... My frames suddenly were like, nope, not today.
这是与你分享。嘿，
古华生命，断，
Woo! This is like the best spot, and for some reason it doesn't pop up on the finder. Could not tell you why. Oh, look at this. All these snacks. Oh my goodness. So there's 7 little ones and then 1 big one. And then we just come down here for some more. What the? Excuse me, sir? Where's your friends? There they are.
羽线难画， 捉到，
Oh man.
全都看见了。
Very nice. Catching the header, Shingchu Sayu. Okay, Benny jungling Venti. Ah!
再行动，彩雨流红，断，交织，
手牵手，
Saya has a full heal build. She's just there to help HP. Okay. I mean, she still could be really good. For swirling. So swirling the Hydro or the Electro. And that would help. Obviously. With them big booms. I've never used Sayu before. She seems like a very fun character to play. EM Sayu? Ah, yeah. I don't know if I have anything on my Sayu. I never really used her. Hoi! I guess she's got stuff on, it's just none of it's leveled. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. And she's got sacrificial. Her ulti heals and damages. Oh!
该行动了。
I actually don't know if I have Sayu comms now that I think about it.
朔风起义，
Oh, there's a mint here as well.
手牵手，
踏风，
手牵手，
Oh shit! That vape popped off, man. Nice! I have no idea how many Sayus I have. Oh, Sayu! Sayu was actually the first 4-star character that I skipped. I have C3. That's cute. She was the first character that I skipped because she was on a banner that I didn't want to roll on. Someone in Inazuma. Can't remember. But, yeah, I had to skip her. And then I got her on standard banner, and I was like, fuck yeah. I know... Wasn't Sayu on Yaya's banner now? You got a few of her trying to get Zhongli. Ah, ow, what the fuck?
全都看见了。
Yoda should be close enough. Ow! What the fuck? Oh, okay, they died anyway. I hope you got loots. I'm surprised you skipped the Tanuki character. Yoda, you know how it be, right?
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. Hi, daddy. Thank you for the lurkies. Hope you're doing well. What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Even though you guys can't see me, I'm still doing like the head bob. Let's see. I'm so glad none of that message got blooped out.
又有心事吗？我来陪你一起想吧。
Oh man. Kazoo! Did you say you needed any boss fights? I can't remember. But yeah, I'm all about the saving in this game. And carefully spending, carefully choosing who I will pull. I don't try for everyone. Like, okay, I did try for these two in the beginning of the game. I didn't get any luck. But then I got him, so it's okay. Completely skipped. This, I tried him on a rerun. I tried to get him on a rerun. But I didn't try very hard. So I could have tried harder, I guess. Yoimiya was a complete skip. Shenhe was a complete skip. Yelan was a complete skip. Skip. So the only character so far that I actually tried to get was him. And then on reruns, I got Zhongli, Hu Tao, and Kokomi. Otherwise, the other characters are the ones that I actually pulled for and got. I go into a banner like knowing, A, I can get this character, and B, like, I just, yeah. I have realistic expectations. I'm like, I can afford to get this character, so therefore I will try to get them. It's not a boss enemy, it's an elite, right? Let's go find one. There we go. Yeah. Because there's nothing worse than disappointment. I hate being disappointed. I get so sad. If I'm like, yeah, I can maybe get this character. Nope. I won't. I couldn't handle the sadness.
Daddy_screamed ASD65347679 noise Jeff.
Yeah? You okay, Daddy? Did you just butt TTS instead of bum dialing? You bum TTS'd. Oh, there's two boys here. I don't know if we can pull him. There's another big boy over there. Hello. Oh, there's another one over there. Okay. Yoda, we got company. Whoops. Whoops. Oops. Nice. Ooh, shiny. I don't know if this guy will wake up. Whoa, look how big his foot is. That's a big old boy. You good, buddy? No, he's not good. Never mind. How's it looking, Yoda? You got enough goodies? Do you want another one? There's another guy this way. The gift that Twitch posted. A few more. Oh, okay, no, perfect. I wasn't sure how many more you needed, but I'm happy. I'm happy to do this. I really want to learn Hu Tao's song. But like the Chinese one, because it sounds so cute. I know that there's a couple boys in this area, actually. Ooh! Oh, he spotted me? Ikimashou! Why are you going in the water? Homie, please, be serious. Ow! Fuck. Oh shit, okay, he's dead already. Never mind. Cool. Rest in pieces. And this Oki, he's inside. Is it this way? It is this way, okay. Mushrooms? Would I? That's handy dandy. So Yoda, if you go to the statue of the 7 one and you just go down. Oops. Was it this way? And then this way. And then this way. I don't know if Yoda followed me. There we go. Oh, you got the KFC wings. Beautiful. 10 out of 10. Easily some of my favorite wings in the game. Is this guy gonna wake up? Yeah? His eyeballs are lit AF, so that's good enough for me. Ooh! Ooh! Hutao! Boom boom Bakudan. Where's the next boy? Boya! Over here. Where? I just didn't press the button. Okay, that's cool, that's fine. That's a-okay. Whee! Uh-oh. Oh! Oh, pinecone. I don't know why I turned around. Anyway. You know what? Very nice for picking up pinecones, actually, because you don't have to try and look for them. Sorry, Yoda, I went kind of a roundabout way. Let's see if I can aggro this guy and get him to shoot this thing. There we go. Oh, wait. Did he attack Yoda? Oh, the audacity. Ooh! What is your build? What is your build for Hu Tao, please? Where's this boy? What artifacts do you use? What stats do you use? I need to build mine at some point. Cause she seems really fun. The jump cancel seems a little bullshitty, to be fair, but I reckon even without the jump, without doing the jump cancel, it could be good. I'm going the wrong way. Cool, I'm so glad. Learn from my mistake, Yoda. You'll share your build? Thank you. Because, I mean, I have a guide, but, like, just curious to see, like, people's builds. Some might say I'm nosy. And it's true, I am nosy. Tell me your secrets. Oh, this buddy. You don't do the jump cancel? It's weird. Oh man, it's tricky to get the hang of. Definitely. Hee hee. Hee hee. I cannot switch because Xingqi's too tall. Oh, Jesus Lord. Oh my god. Nahida off-field? With Hu Tao? Oh my god. Actually disgusting. How's your... If we need to go to your world as well, that's also fine. You think we're good? Okay. Perfect, perfect. Is there anything else, or does anybody else need some things? I should probably go do the event, actually. I do need to do the event. But if anyone does need anything, just shout. Weekly bosses is tomorrow. We'll do that tomorrow. Ow. So I'll try and do weekly bosses on Wednesdays. And then I'll maybe have to help Ray on other days, but like anyone who needs help or wants to do it with peepers, we can organize, can find and see if it works for everyone. All right, yeah, let me go do some things, yo. Some event things. You put Hu Tao? Oh yeah? I've never done that before. Aratagito. Oh, I've never looked at someone's characters like this. Wait, are mine visible like this as well? Oh my god. Wait, that's embarrassing. I hope no one can see it. Ah! I need to go change them to characters that I actually built. I have no idea who's visible in my profile. Oh my god. Okay, so you used deathmatch on her. I think I had deathmatch on her before. Okay, so 4-piece Crimson Bitch. Oh, I was like, that's not Crimson Bitch. Let's see, let's see. Okay. Crit damage, crit rate, attack. Okay. Do you want any EM on her? If it's like just pyro damage, or if it's maybe like if it's vape. You got 8, 10, 8. Very nice. She wants HP. Ah. I need to sneeze. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, readers. Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Timo Nation. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the shouty outy there. Thank you so much for the raid, Timo. How was your stream? And I actually need to... I have another tab open to myself now. So that's embarrassing. I'm gonna just switch it to someone else. Gross. Go away. There we go. Okay. How come you got the caption? For the peepos who maybe can't hear or can't listen, got the captions on just in case. They're not very good though because of my accent. So sometimes it writes really weird shit, but I hope that it can help some people, I guess. But yes, how was your stream? I know you were doing some Abyss when I was watching earlier. Where do you find this? So the one that I'm using, Timo, it's part of the what is it called? Did someone just throw some? Daddy, why you throw things at me? It's an extension thingy on Twitch. And then you have to use, what is it called? It's just called Stream CC. And it's an extension. Daddy. And then you just have to run, it's in Chrome. So unfortunately you have to run Chrome as well. But yeah, so it will just capture. It'll just capture for you. Yeah. Daddy! Ah! Timo! Thank you, thank you. Boop! Boop! Thank you. Also, thank you very much, Ash. Just call me Ash and Ash Levelan. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Thank you both very much. For the follows as well. Welcome to the posse. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Nat Ortedo, variety streamer from South Africa. I do play a lot of Genshin Impact. It's definitely my main thing. But I like to play all kinds of games. Lately I've been playing Coral Island and V Rising. That's also a lot of fun. I started playing Let's Go Pikachu, which is really fun. And I'll be playing Pokemon Violet this Friday. I'm going to have a birthday stream / 12-hour stream / Pokemon stream on Friday. Yeah, I don't know exactly what's going to be happening on Friday, but all the things are going to be happening. And thank you, Timo, for that subby 3 months. Very much appreciated. She's a pro Monster Hunter gamer. Yeah, apparently. It's just you from the future? Huh? Nani? Time traveler? Shit. You might put EM on Hutal. But like pure pyro damage. Ah, I see. Yeah, I really want to build mine. But yeah. Because I have genres as well. I think I can do a pretty spicy Spicy combo. You hate your English? It's fine, Hassan. I love your English. Be nice. Be nice to my friend, okay? I love your English. Okay, wait. I don't want to do tournament yet. I still want to... How do I get more boys? I'm like doing the event now. I'm old Ash. And Ash Levelen is young Ash. wait, really? So is there actually any relation between you two? Okay, so wait, it's this thing I need to do. This event is so confusing. There's so many tabs. Cannot... God damn it. Fuck. My brain stops working the second I get a raid. But yes, thank you again, Timo, for the raid. For those of you who don't know Timo, he is a very, very cool streamer. He's got a very nice community as well. Lots of peepos. Lots of wholesome peepos, lots of sussy peepos as well. And yeah, he does a lot of Genshin Impact, but most notably does Abyss clears. So if you need help with your Abyss, get on in there. Very big recommend. He's also just really goofy and fun to watch. And I lurk there a lot. I said I was doing the event, right? Actual pudding brain. You just met not too long ago? What? Joined by fate somehow. Meant to find each other. Alright. Thanks for the farm. No worries, Yoda. I'm happy to help. Gotta get them boys. Cause yeah, I'm super low on a bunch of shit. But I think this is a lot better. I think I got a lot of these ones today actually. For both of them. Got the 3-star ones. So that's good. And these shitty shits, god. Who was I farming it for? Was it Kokomi? Then my Kokomi's talents are... Yeah. It was Kokomi and Hazel... No, not Hazel. Was it this thing? Ugh, this thing. Fuck. There is another Ash. Well, that's the thing. So I know an Ash as well. But her name's Ash Dash. And then I know someone called Dash Dash. So I've got Ash Dash and Dash Dash. And just call me Ash. And now Ash Levelen. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. But there's Ashes and Dashes all over the place. My tiny little peanut brain cannot comprehend. Alright, okay, this boy. He's getting harassed over here by these stinky boys. The Ashes will take over. They will. Ash Dash is awesome. You must go tell her that, Peanut. Don't tell me. I know she's awesome. Go tell her. Can I boop it from here? Whoa. Shoku. Whee! Where's the other boy, though? Listen, guys, I don't want to fight you. I don't actually want to fight you. You want to go? They wanted to go. They wanted to take us outside. Oh, yeah. Oh! Bro. Got him. Ash is a Ganyu main. We're starting with Twitch and then the world. Oh my goodness. Ash domain expansion. Let's go. I'm fine with this. This is also a Pyrofungus, but it's super long. Let Paimon think. Pyrotech Puff, Blaze Sword, Sparks and Spores. Hi there! Thank you for the lurkies. What? You know 5 Ashes? Goddamn. So yeah, this Def is a streamer from South Africa as well, and as his name implies, he's deaf, which is what prompted me to start using the captions, so that if he wants to watch the stream, he can know what I'm saying. But again, I feel like the captions don't work very well, so I always wonder if they're more of a hindrance than a help. Oh my god, Ash Ketchum as well. I think I'm gonna go with Blaze Sword because he's pyro, but he's also long. The captions are really terrible. I hate that, man. Alright, and this one? Ordinary looking fungus. Let's give it a nice name. All the same. Greenhead, Floatwell, Bloom soon. Oh, that's kind of cute, actually. Speaking of, so proud of that boy for becoming the best. Yes, he finally became the world champion. Ash Ketchum finally became the world champion. No, you cried. We're so proud of the boy. He did the thing. That's the wrong one. Okay, and this one? Floating Animo and Whirling Pyro. Were there always so many different kinds of mushrooms that I never noticed? Def is lucky he doesn't have to listen to the haters. I mean, that's one way to look at it. None of us should listen to the haters, though. They're just a waste of oxygen, you know? But we call them oxygen thieves, because that's what they are and that's what they do. They're just stealing oxygen from other people. Hi, Galaxy Wolf! You've been looking for a bit. Now you can chat. How is your day going, Galaxy Wolf? You taking care of yourself? You having a good one? I hope the day is schmoving along for you. I actually don't want to fight you guys, so I'm just gonna run away. Thank you, bye. I don't want to buy any. There's a boy. Hehe. There's the pyro one. A swirly willy boy. Woo, he's fucking Newman, bro. Gonna calm down. Got him. They are also big cringe, right? Like, you could do anything with your time, and yet you choose to hate on someone and ruin their day. Like, why wouldn't you choose to do something else better with your time? That's very cringe behavior. It's resinless behavior. It's resinless behavior. If you got time to hate on other people, it's because you don't have resin. Isn't this guy pretty similar to Haniya's Pyro 1? Let's be sure to give it a cool sounding name. Retri Bushroom Flame Wrath. If you didn't choose this first name, I just want to talk. I just want to talk. You miss Bongo Head? Oh, Bongo Head will forever live in your heart. Ooh. What the heck? I'm trying to type in my chat. Actually, let me also do a shouty outy while I'm tabbed out. Shout out. Can I do like this? Hey yo, it worked. There we go. So yeah. So I don't know exactly what games Def plays. Because the times that I have watched, it's been games that I wasn't familiar with. But from what I have seen, it was like old school games. I know he's also tried Genshin Impact. But every time I watch his streams, he's playing like those side-scroll, if that makes sense. Those old side-scroll games. You named the Pyro Shroom the first one. It's a good name, Ash. This one, we've got... this one's just like Twirly Whirly. Paimon's got a new idea coming on. Shroom Terror, Super Swirl, and Stormy Corn. Oh my god, Stormy Corn. Please. Please. How cute was that name? Wah! Okay, and then the last one here. You reset your PC, you need to install things now. Ooh, did you format it? Is that what you mean? You reset it? You did a big old wipe and now everything's gone? Oh no. I hate having to reinstall things because I can never remember what apps I had. So I have to make a list of all the things that I need. Oh, it's literally the worst. Because otherwise I forget things, and it's only like when I need it that I remember. I'm like, ah, fuck. Like if I had to format my PC now, there'd be so many like stream things that I'd need to reinstall. You have insane luck with pulling. Do you win a lot of your 50-50s? I had insane luck with one character in particular. No worries, Ash. And I'll flex on you in a moment. Ah, shit. Come here, little bro. Come here, little mans. Oh! Whoa! That was a spicy catch. You wanna go? You wanna go? Come here. Come here.
令令，赤骤击，
手牵手，变得很
Ah, bro. Unbelievable. I'm scared to hit him now because the barrels... Oh, there we go. He got fucked anyway. Cool, that's what you get. You see, that's what you get for attacking Nana. You had Nahida guaranteed, but C1 10 pity. Okay, can I flex on you, Ash? Reinstalling the stream things is the only reason I'm not redoing my PC, right, Peanuts? How many things we have to reinstall for this shit? It's actually insane. Alright, so let me flex on you a little bit. I got very lucky. Unexpectedly lucky, actually. So, at 79 pity, Diluc ruined my Nana pulls. But I got my Nana. And then immediately after, I got another Nana. So I accidentally got C1 Nahida. but so Diluc, so this was, someone counted for me, this was apparently 79, which I think is one of the worst I've ever had. And also this is now, I think he's C4. I think my Diluc is C4 now. Diluc, I can't remember how to say his name. In any case, he's C4 now. This was 79. It took ages for this to happen. But then I got Nahida. So yeah, I got Nahida again there. So that was some of the best, worst luck I've ever had. And then on her weapon banner as well, it's actually not that great. But I got 2 of the Thundering Pulse and then the 1,000 Floating Dreams. Fucking flute, I'm so tired of that weapon. Goddamn. Yeah, there's my Floating Dreams. Immediately after getting Thundering Pulse. And then I don't remember how long it took between the Thundering Pulses, because I was like so sad after the first one, and then the second one came and I was like, ah, I want to die. There's the other one. I don't know, I didn't count how many that was, but yeah. Not a format, just reset, so my files and things are there, but programs need to be installed. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not too bad then. Ganyu, Sino, and Nilo, you won the 50-50 3 times in a row. So I don't know if I have a video of it anywhere. But I got 3 Itos back to back. On his banner. I think the first one I was guaranteed for, but then the second, or the next 2, I won 250-50. I did 160 pulls on Ito's banner because Cookie was released, and I only got 1 after 160 pulls. I was like, what kind of scam is this? I've never been more salty about a character not coming home as I am with Cookie. I cosplayed her because I love her, but then she didn't want to come home. I was like, what the fuck? C0! But my Ito is C4! The audacity of this girly. I couldn't believe it. But yeah, I have bad good luck. I have luck in places I don't want it. So Ito's banner, because I did weapon banner, I did a pull on his and I got the weapon in the first 10 pull. It's like beginner's luck, you know. Hi Smurf, how are you? How's it going? Alright, we were catching fungus. But yeah, winning 3 50-50s back to back, that must have felt really good. Do you have a lot saved up, Ash, because of that? I'm good, Smurf. Having a good day. What was I looking for? Oh, it's this one down here, right? Let's not accidentally kill anyone. Got him! Windy head, what the heck? This current banner? You got 6 banners? Damn, Peanuts. Did you need that many? Hi, Epic. Hi, Epic. Good to see you, homie. How are you doing? A jumpy fungus that uses Animo feels kind of familiar, don't you think? So what have we got? Windy Head, Skill Shroom, and Bound Strider. I kind of like Bound Strider. Now on C5? Oh my goodness, that's nice. That's nice, actually. You won the 50-50 for Kazu, Koko, Miko, Ito, Ganyu, Sino, and Milo. Damn! I have no idea which ones I won on 50-50, to be honest. I know I lost Pity on Zhongli. I lost twice, but I got 2 Zhonglis, a Diluc and a Jean in 44 pulls. That's some of the weirdest luck that I've had. I've never had like multiple 5 stars in one pull, I don't think. I've never had luck like that, but I've had relatively good luck, I think. Alright, this fungus is really dangerous. It leaves Electro behind when it runs off. Spark Dart, Ring Thunder, sorry? Ring Thunder? Isn't that just a fart? Are we naming this thing Fart? Elibit's not that amusing. Ring Thunder? We're literally naming this thing Fart. Let's go. This is completely fine. And Ayaka, damn. That's nice though. It must help with saving then. Your friend's girlfriend has just started. Got Sucrose, Chi-Chi, and Mona. Okay, Chi-Chi, meh. But Mona? That's pretty nice. Mona and Sucrose are like the bragging, like, she's just missing Bennett now. She's literally just missing Bennett, and then she has Flex Squad when you want to flex your Hu Tao damage. You use those 3. Hey, Bubble Bath! I hope you're doing well today. You had Klee guaranteed and Albedo. Oh man, those are characters that I'm missing. I don't go for all the characters. I rather just guarantee that I will get the character, either by force, so having enough wishes, or just by sheer luck, I guess. Yeah, I also saw that, Rich. Her idle animation shows the constellations of characters. I don't know if it shows all of them, but it definitely shows the Mondstadt characters. We can just plonk ass over here for a little bit and watch that. Yeah, I'm doing good, Bubble BF. We just chillin'. I'll be finishing in about 35 minutes. That is Amber's, the bunny. She just fucking murdered Amber. Cool. Glad that happened. Thanks, Mona. Yeah, there's a couple characters I'm missing. I don't have Klee, Albedo, Venti, Ganyu, Eula, Kazuha, Shenhe, Nilu, Sino. Who am I missing? I think that's all of them that I'm missing. On Queensburn, I got Kitching and Temple. Damn! Albedo, I got Chi-Chi. On the last day of Hutao's Burn. Oh my god, that's actually quite nice. Mona is so cute. This one, this is Lisa's. The little timekeeper, time. What is this? Sand hourglass. There we go. I got there eventually. Okay, she just murdered Lisa as well. Thanks, Mona. Her bangs are not cute. I'm sorry. What the fuck are those? She literally took to her own hair with a pair of scissors. Or actually a butter knife. That's what happened here. Girl styled her bangs with a butter knife. Critical error as far as I'm concerned, but you know. Her bangs are doing too much and too little at the same time. This looks fine. This looks fine. But when you put it together, it was a hasty cut for realsies. Okay, so the characters that I'm missing. I'm also missing Candace. Candace, oh, I missed Yelan and Yoimiya. Those are the other ones I don't have. You got Mona after you... Oh my goodness. Wouldn't consider that a lost 50-50. Yeah. No, that's good. So yeah. Venti, Klee, Albedo, Ganyu, Eula, Kazuha. But I will get him next time he reruns. Yoimiya, Shenhe. Also want to get her when she reruns. Yelan. And then the only 4-star I don't have currently is Candace. Then Sino and Nilo. Might get Nilo in the future. Just because she's really pretty. But I skipped, yeah, I skipped their banners because I was saving for Nahida. But I have C1 Nahida and her weapons, so I'm happy. I'll go for C2 in the future. You've got all the 4-stars? I'm jelly. I'm super jelly. I think in terms of cons, I'm pretty happy. Besides Cookie. Cookie's 0. But most of my supporting characters are C6. C6. Rosaria, unfortunately, is only C1. C6. C6. Still building her up. C6. 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 Well, technically. C5. But, you know. C6. C6. Yeah, and those are all the characters that I play. I got C1 Zhongers. And C4 Ito. C1 Mona. C4 Diluc. Kill me now. Yeah, those are all my babies. And I have a bunch of other characters that are like, got constellations, but I don't play them. So that's why they're just sitting at the end of the list there, because it's like, haven't leveled him or anything. Toma is actually pretty fun though. I've been playing him a little bit with Nahida. Because he make boom boom. Bakudan. Turns my Nahida into a little firebender. It's very cute actually. I always forget how cute Sayu's constellation is until I go look at it. Oh man. Yeah, and then it's back to the characters I actually use. I have a lot of neglected 5-star characters though, so we're not going to talk about that. What was I doing? But yeah, on the Discord we have a channel for Genshin. We also have one for UIDs, so if you want to add peepos. And then there's another game I play called Cookie Run. Kiran Kingdoms. We have a channel for that one as well. If you ever need a fix. If you ever need a fix. Okay, what was this one? Oh. I need to go do these. Right. You have an EU account, but your main is on NA. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So, my main is on EU, but my other account is NA. Because I was building it up. But it's difficult to play too, especially if I'm playing other games as well. It's very difficult to have 2 accounts. I know some people who have like 3, 4 accounts. I'm like, how? You don't have other games you play? Or you don't have other things that you do? Maybe that's my problem. I just have other... Wait, why am I speaking to this guy? No, thank you. Honestly, don't know what I was thinking there. I'm not gonna lie. My brain was just like... Guy, relax, it's just water. Let's go. Okay, so... I need to do some of these in less moves or something. But let's go do the new ones. Oh? There we go. That was easy. Oof. You have a 3rd account? Oh. Oh, I could never. Oh, man. Nice. Oh. Blessed. What a cutie. Okay. I had no idea that there was... Stormlord. We can have a look through all of them in a moment. Let's go do this guy now. Okay. I need another orange one. I need to change a red one into an orange one. Cool. Hopefully I didn't fuck that up, you know. Yeah, we good? Got him! Delayed deflagration. I don't know that word. That's fine. Every day we can learn something new. Oh my god, this has got 2 swappy swaps. Okay. So we need another green. Yeah? Do we have to use both presets? Do we need both presets? Oh wait, I see now. Okay, cool. What does that do? Copy? Copy ninja? Don't we just... What? Did I do... Did I do that right? Oh, this is fine. This is okay. I'm so confused when I do them in a few moves like that, because I'm just like, did I do it wrong? But it's okay. We're okay. Alright, so we need red. If we do that... Hmm. Because we need 2 raids, right? So if we do one at the top and then one at the bottom. Because that one... Oh wait, we do this one. And then... I fucked it up. I must do that other one first. Do this one first. Wait, isn't this what I did before? Oh, wait, then I swap it? No, wait. Then this one? No, because then that's still... wait. Sweetie? Hello, motherfucker! Like so? Okay, god. Small brain. Smooth brain. But we did it. That's okay. We did it. Alright. Ring Thunder, aka Fart Master. Fart Blaster. How you doing, Tango? Okay. Wait, I exited by mistake. Fuck. I'm doing good, Tango. How are you? Okay. So, we need to swap.
Would you like a couple of...
A hideaway, thank you.
You right now.
Thank you, Spawn. You're a bit stressed. You had an interview today? Oh, I'm holding thumbs for you, friend. I hope it went well. You know what? I'm gonna try something. Maybe a bit of a mad lad doing this, but we're gonna try. Oh yeah? Yeah, best of luck, Tango. I hope it went well. How's the full-time stream going? Not too bad. I had a meeting with Sir Bumfluff himself this morning. We chatted a little bit. Because he's doing the coaching thing. So yeah, I have some things that I need to do. Figure some things out. But yeah, I think can make this work. I can make this work. Otherwise, I'm enjoying chatting to peoples and meeting new peoples all the time. But yes, I need to get my ducks in a row, basically. There was a lot of things that I was like, oh yeah, I need to do this, and that, and you know, there's a lot of things I need to figure out. But now, after chatting to Bumfluff, I have a little more of a direction to go. So yeah. You love my VTuber? Thank you, Ash. This is actually, so this is from VTuber Kit. I think maybe I should just post it on. I need to make a channel for VTubers maybe, but it's called VTuber Kit. It's currently in alpha. They're still like working on it. It's free. I don't know if it will remain free, but for the moment it's very cute, and you can customize a lot of things. Like I can add sunnies or different glasses. Oh, I still have glasses on. I didn't realize. I don't normally wear glasses. This is for Pokemon training. There's different ears as well. There's bunny ears. They don't have bear ears as such, but they have these little, like, buns. There's bows. There's one you can wear at the front as well. Oh, that's a bow tie. There's bandages. There's a clown nose. A little halo. Horns. There's a lot of, like, very cute customization. I'm gonna put my ears back on. And then the clothing. You can't really see the clothing now, but there's a couple clothing options as well. You can change your eyes. So there's a lot of customization. Changing the mouth as well. You get like different shapes. If you want to be a robot, there's a little square one. And then there's like a... I don't know. It looks like a crying mouth to me, but... yeah. There's a lot of options. But yeah, they're still working on it. Different hairstyles. Even if you're not a VTuber, I think it's fun to play around with. That's the one I use. Yeah. And then you can just add stuff as well. Like you can see I have the Blanky and I have Nahida emote. Just, in my arms. It's very fun to play with. And you can just, yeah, you can customize it however you want. I'm a big fan of it. Alright, let's go do this last boy. Okay. Because we need another punk. So if I just do this, that gives me what I want, yeah? Oh yeah? Oh no! Mistakes were made. Okay, you can undo it. I did not know. Oh, remote! Very nice. Keeping you and Nahida warm. You gotta keep her hydrated and toasty. Cause she's a good baby. And you must protect the baby, yeah? Oh, not that one. Oh! Oh yeah! I accidentally solved that. Because I didn't intend for that last step to finish it. That's fine. That's so nice that it's remote though. Not enough places are going remote, and honestly, that is the way forward. Ah yeah yeah. Why is there not a claymore button? Do I need the dopamine hit from clicking multiple times? I don't know. This I still need to... There's a challenge here that I have not done. So I've finished all of these. Yeah, how do I do this? Whirling cryo, floating hydro. Do I have those? Ayaka, Kamisato Ayaka. Yeah? Wait, why are we talking about Ayaya? Did I not catch something? Floating height. Whirling cryo. I do have them. I just didn't do it fast enough. Oh, damn it. It's this page. Floating hydro, whirling cryo. Let's try. Oh, this port's music, fucking banger of notes. God damn. So, floating hydro. Oh, I took 9 here, and I took H. Oh, I see. I must just get good. Basically, is what the game is telling me. The game is very simply telling me that this is not enough. This is not good enough. Mm-hmm. Wait, why did that take me longer last time? Why did it take me 9 moves before? I'm so confused. Okay, this one's 8. Okay. Yeah, I'm confused why it took me more in the beginning. In the beginning. Hmm. Eh? Eh? Why did that why did that take me more? Like, that literally took me 5 extra moves. I'm so confused. Because they were all relatively easy. Oh, that one took me 7. God damn. What a scrub lord. Anyway. Cool. Alright. There we go. In the Beninging. Only 2 more days and 3 more sleeps till Pokemon. Tango! Only... Wait, what... what day is it today? Fuck. It's the 15th. It is 2 more days, 2 sleeps until my birthday. Two days. Oh my god. Cool. So now I need to do this part. We're gonna get a birthday stream? Yeah, that's I'm doing birthday stuff on Funky Archive. Oh, that's cute. Huh. On Friday. So it's Pokemon, it's 12-hour stream, and it's birthday stream all smooshed into one. 2 days until you're gonna become 1 year younger. Is that how that works, son? Am I just not turning 30? I'm aging backwards now. Do you feel old yet? Tango, I've been feeling old. Listen, mate, for years now, my hips snap, crackle, and pop like a bowl of Rice Krispies every time I get out of bed in the morning. Every morning, this old woman body exists. Meanwhile, my soul is like, let's say 22. Let's say my soul is somewhere between 22 and 24. But my body's saying I'm 30. I'm just like, bruh. She's been 30 for a while now, I think. Just waiting for the soul to catch up. It's been something else. Tell them, Mona. Your birthday's in 12 days. Shit, so 10 days after mine? Sheesh! Are you also a Scorpio? Or does that make you a Sagittarius? 30? Yeah. I'm turning 30 this year. Can you believe it? I was born in 92. It is now 2022. Therefore, if you do the math, I'm old as fuck. Oh, you're Sagittarius? Ah, I was curious. Because I don't know where Scorpio ends. I think it's the 21st. Or 22nd. Because that's... my sister was born on the 21st. Your birthday is in 1 month minus 3 days. You don't want to do the math? Don't worry, Tango, neither do I. I had to do the math now with Ash's birthday. I was like, I was like, okay, it's 15 plus 12. You're only 11 years older than me. Oh my god. You're not old as fuck. Listen, Spawn. I know you don't believe me that I'm 30. But I am. You're gonna be 19? Damn! I don't want to say you're itty bitty because I don't want to talk down to people, but you are itty bitty. I hope you have an amazing birthday, though. If I don't get to wish you on the actual day, Ash. Happy birthday! Happy birthday 11 days from now. You're 97, baby? Oh my goodness. Actual baby, Tango. Actual baby. A baby baby. Tango's only a year older than me. You're also baby, Cupcake. You're all babies here. You're all babies now. Oh, 12? Sorry, not 11. It's because Hassan was talking about 11. My brain is no worky. Your grandpa? Yeah. You and me both, Dan. I know you're a little bit older than me, but... I think you are. I think you're a little bit older than me. You're like a million, Smurf? An 86, baby? Oh! Okay, Smurf's actual grandpa, though. No, I'm joking. if you are baby at heart, then it's okay. We can all be baby at heart, yeah? We can all pretend to be Zoomers at heart. Grandpa Smurfy. 12. Oh, that's easy to remember then, Tango. Spawn, I'm turning 30. You need to accept this as fact. I'm turning 30. The big 3-0. Falling apart at the seams, being held together with string and bubblegum at this point. You wouldn't know I'm aggressively childish. Yeah, you see. Gotta be young at heart. Someone older than you? I hate to break it to you, Dan, but there's definitely a lot of people, entire populations in the world that are older than you. Not the grandpa you think you are. That makes your younger brother a fetus? I mean, maybe. Oh, in this chat? Jargon might be a little bit older than you. I can never remember what... I don't think he's ever actually told me what year he's born in. I just know his age, but I don't want to say because it's not my business to tell other people's age. Are you going to be looking for work or just focusing on full-time streaming? Full-timing? Sorry, I can't read. For the moment, yeah, definitely just looking at streaming. And gonna be trying to do like TikTok stuff and not only streaming but also just like posting stuff elsewhere. But I'm also doing the cosplay thing, so I'll be looking at selling prints locally or selling things on Redbubble on online. So if there's like international peoples that want prints of my cosplays, that's another thing that I'll be trying to organize, trying to do. So yeah, I'm like really excited, and yeah. There's a lot of ideas in my head, and I'm just hoping that I can actually like make things work. So yeah, that's the plan. I wish you the bestest of best luck. Thank you so much, Smurf. Thank you. And that's going to be throwing out the whole back in my day routine. I mean, yeah, definitely, Bubble. Don't I already do that with the young'uns? I'm just like, back in my day. One day we'll tell a young kid we were born in the 90s, and they'll ask us if it's 100 years ago. Listen, Tango, I already get called Tani. I've been called Tani for many years now. Despite that fact, people still mistake me. They're like, oh, you... I ask them, I'm like, how old do you think I am? They're like, oh, like 24. I'm like, listen, sweet summer child. I haven't been 24 for a long time. My brothers are in their early 40s and late 30s. You're a baby. We're all a baby to someone, okay? Listen. I have a grandma in China. I'm a baby to her, okay? She's not my actual grandma, but I call her that. Because she's very sweet and she reminds me very much of my grandma. Cupcake is a lot lamaki. Definitely. The latest. The laatste lamaki, actually. I can't Afrikaans. It's been a while. You were called uncle from 19? Oh my god. I can't. Player 2's cousins call me aunt. Oh my god. The pain. Your oldest brother is 10 years older. You know, big gaps like that can be very nice. So I was born in 92, in November 92. My older sister was born in 91, November. maybe I said that in a confusing way, but we're like a year, like just under a year difference. So for like 3 or 4 days we're the same age. And you better believe I abused the fuck out of that. Because she would always be like, no, I'm the oldest, so blah, blah, blah. And I was just like, what the fuck? So for 4 days every year, we're the same age. And I can be like, fuck you. And there's no repercussions. Because she can't do anything. Because she's no longer older than me. It's a very weird situation. But basically, if you are a November baby, it means that your parents fucked on Valentine's Day. So you're all welcome for that knowledge. And I hope that's what you think about when you have your birthday celebrations. Cool. Anyway, so you're nearly 19 and no girlfriend. I'll be honest, Ash. It's not as important as people make it seem. If you are happy just being by yourself, if you can find your own happiness, that's the best. Because you don't need someone to make you feel happy. You don't need a partner. I think having that independence and that happiness of your own brand of happiness, that's an amazing thing. And that's something to strive for. Your parents did what? They're virgins? Oh, sorry, my mistake. Nat's out here giving us nightmares. I'm sorry, Spawn. But I hate to break it to you. Your parents were raw dogging. I mean, they all made you, right? So they were raw dogging at some point. Yep. Stick that in your pipe and smoke it. Your parents was raw dogging at some point in their lives. They may still be. I don't know. It's not my business what they're doing now. But, you know, at some point in the past, that happened. It's not my business, but it happened. And I only know because you guys are the proof of it. So thanks for, you know, being spunked out into someone else, I guess. Being turned into a person, and that person is here now. Bless you guys. And if we were adopted, I mean, Mao, you were still created by someone, yeah? Someone still spunked into someone else to make you. The spunkage happened, you know? You want a girlfriend? Ash, I will. You know what? I wish you the best of luck in your pursuits. I hope you can find someone. And find someone who makes you happy. If you don't if you don't find happiness with that person, it's time to move on. Just gonna throw that out there. I made that mistake of not moving on when I should have. Just move on. You got this. Get one when you get one. Your first serious girlfriend was in your mid-20s and you're engaged. Oh, blessed Smurf. You see? You don't need to be in a hurry. I'm Indian. We weren't told about how kids are born. Oh, sorry, Spawn. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to break it to you, but yeah, someone was raw dogging. You're the result of a broken condom. Yeah, I was an oopsie baby, but to be fair, so was my older sister, you know. Valentine's babies. Can I go back and tell my dad to hold it in? No, Cupcake. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You were delivered by a stork? Mao doesn't know how babies are made. But anyway, thinking about my parents rubbing fronts is not the first thing. It's not the thing I thought I'd picture today. I'm so sorry, Tango. I'm so sorry for saying that. I'm so sorry for bringing this all to light. Back from a meeting, Yoda? Oh my god. Please, close your ears, Yoda. I don't know if his son is still here. He should also not be listening to this. Brought by the wind. You spawned into this world like a player in Minecraft. I mean, that's not a bad way. Then you don't have to consider that, that someone was raw dogging someone else to make you. The gods dropped you in? Okay, no, that's fine, that's fine. You came in at such a weird time. You really did. Yoda, I'm so sorry. What the fuck are y'all talking about? Cupcake never existed. No. We don't want that, Cupcake. We want you here. You have to leave, Grim Pixie. No worries. No worries. I'm actually ending soon myself. But you must take care of yourself. Safe travels. Tanko, our parents raw dogging. Out of a meeting and into a meeting. 100%. 100%. Her son is a doctor. He really should know. He should, to be honest. I don't know what kind of doctor he's going to become, though. So, Do they all need to know about raw dogging though? I don't know. I don't know. My parents would never raw dog. That's gross. They could never. They could never do that. How disgusting. How could I even say that? You know, my parents' bum fronts with clothes on. What is this conversation? Guys, sorry. Let's see. Did I break one of my OBS things? Because we can actually like start preparing to skedoodle because I need to head out. But oh yeah, it looks like we're working. Okay, this is fine. I need to go and find myself a raid target. But listen, guys, this has been a great a great discussion about what did you guys call it? Bumping fronts, raw dogging. I quite like the word fangalang. Morning stream 0 out of 10. Nani? Why? Ooh, I see someone we can raid. Yeah, boy. The man, the myth, the legend himself. Let me set up the raid. Let me spell this correctly, because he raided me recently. Because you end when I wake up every time. It's 4 o'clock. I know you definitely didn't wake up now, Jargon. You were here at like, what? You were here 3 hours ago. I know you weren't awake. Bumping uglies? Yes, that's another one. Let's not talk about parents bumping uglies anymore. Also, did I spell that correctly? I think so. Cool. Yeah. I'm sorry, Jargon. I'm sorry. I'm going to be doing this Tuesdays and Thursdays though, because I need like the evenings to do some other things. And yeah, I'll hopefully I mean, we'll chat, friend. It's not like we don't speak outside of streams, you know. I literally don't give Jargon a moment of peace. The entire day until I go to bed, I'm just sending him memes or chatting to him about inconsequential bullshit. So like, Jargon gets no peace, well and truly. But yes, you must all take care of yourselves. What do you mean sometimes? You speak to Jargon? I don't stop. The poor man, he hasn't had a break in like a year and a half. Even when I was taking a break from things, I would still like send him messages. When you swim in the ocean and the sand gets stuck in your cozy and it makes a red rash. Chafing? Oh no. Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much. Domestic girlfriend. Thank you for the balloons. You and Jargon are friends? Oh shit, they know. Time to leave the country. We gotta flee. Premarital hand holding and eye contact is a sin, and I would never do it. Imagine holding hands with someone. Oh my god. Ray and I have not held hands yet. We're waiting for marriage before we hold hands. Okay, let me set up the raid so long. You don't like holding hands? Do you have sweaty hands, Tango? Because I do. It's sweaty. It is sweaty. You don't hold hands? You lick hands? What? Eh? Ew, relationships. Yeah, I've got sweaty hands as well. You just gotta find someone who will tolerate your sweaty hands, to be honest. Alright, let me set up this raid. Little Ams! Hello! I'm actually heading out now. We're about to go raid Bumfluff. I'm sorry. I know it's not my usual streaming time, but this might be my new thing, like stream in the morning on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Your timing is atrocious, it's okay. A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. So, you're here now. That's what matters, right? It's okay. But yes, everyone, please do take care of yourselves. Have a lovely, lovely day or evening, wherever you are in this wonderful world. Please be good. Make sure you eat something good today. Have a drink, have a food, have a rest if you need it. I will see you guys tomorrow. We are gonna have an evening stream tomorrow though, so yeah. But if you guys haven't already followed me, there's my socials. Oh yeah, there's the raid message. Don't forget to grab it. I always forget to grab my own raid message, guys. Come on, man. Anyway, yeah. My socials. I have, at the moment, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. I need to update YouTube. Look at you, almost 3 months, Dan. I need to do TikTok and Hover and so many things. I have a list of things I need to do today. And then also Discord as well, if you want to join the Discord. If you want to add me on Genshin, there's my UIDs as well. My NA account is the neglected one though, so don't have high expectations. But yes, everyone, take care. I will see you tomorrow. Be good. I will also not be a VTuber tomorrow, so prepare yourselves. Prepare your eyeballs. All right, bye guys. Let's go give our love to Bumfluff. And now there's suddenly no music. Really? Port Ormos? You're gonna play me like this? Cool. I guess we disappear in silence then. Bye guys. Don't bump fronts. Don't bump uglies. Don't spunk in anybody.
Thank you so much for